Good morning, everyone. Can you start to take your seats, please? Plenty of time for conversations.
Yeah. They've not done a sound check.
Okay, welcome everyone. If you want to come and take a seat, we might want to get in a little bit. Marquis, welcome. And if we can have someone sat right at the end just to test the audio over there, that'd be helpful. Can you hear us over there? Yes. Come on, yes, over there.
That works.
Volunteer cams, I can see you. And you can hear us over there, Roland? This works. The crazy idea is still a crazy idea, but the audio works, which is good. And if you're online and you are seeing this on Facebook or YouTube, drop us a comment to let us know you're listening. Okay.
Right.
Over to you, mate.
Okay. Well, good morning, St Neots. Shall we try that? We'll try that again. Good morning, St Neots. And the weather gods are with us, so we didn't feel quite so good a week ago, but yeah, now it's looking really good. This is the start of something rather special. We're coming here today to start to shape the future of St Neots. It's a day for listening. There's a clue in the name of the event, the Big Listen. And we happen to be starting here, but we're going to reach out around St Neots. And so you'll be looking at our faces over the next 12 months, continuing this whole process. I have to say a few thank yous, particularly to the Combined Authority, who got behind us really quickly and have partnered with us for this event. Without you, it wouldn't have happened. So anyone with the Combined Authority, thank you so much. It meant a great deal to us. We've had a lot of support from Town Council, who have put all the marquees up for us and given us a grant to pay for them. Interesting approach, but it's worked, and that's brilliant. And the square looks fantastic. So thank you to the team that was up at 7 o'clock this morning doing this. Black Cat Radio, thank you for your support once again. Couldn't do that without our community radio. Over in the corner there, you know, Why Boston Lakes, Urban and Civic, Rotary Club, Inspire to Ignite, Citizens Hub, Ideas Fest, U3A, all of you coming together, plus many others. So please go and visit all the marquees and get into the hub as well. This is about partnership. It's not about sponsoring. It's about partnering, and us partnering with the community, and you with us, and with Huntingdon District Council, the Town Council. This is what's going to make a real difference to the future of St Neots, and we're enormously grateful for all of you turning up. We're also officially part of the Big Help Out, and I'd like to invite up onto the stage 3 people. Matt Hyde, who will explain his role within the Big Help Out. Sam Squire, Inspire to Ignite, Chief Executive, and Grace Marsh, who is the Managing Director of the Citizens Hub in St Neots. So come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is well. This is incredible, by the way. I've never seen anything like this done in any other town, let alone St Neots. So super grateful to be with you all. My name's Sam Squire. I'm the CEO of Inspire to Ignite. We're a community interest company on a mission to get the NEET rates in Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and the east of England to 3%. What does that mean? NEET standing for Not in Education, Employment or Training. Unfortunately, young people are defined in society about what they're not in. We are trying to redefine that so they're nurtured, equipped, empowered, and as a byproduct of that, thriving. So we're super grateful to be actually powered by Matt and his team to be involved in the Big Help Out, which is a community, a national volunteering initiative that's a catalyst to help people into volunteering, but most importantly, sustain that volunteering that could lead into meaningful outcomes for them. So I'd love to invite Matt Hyde to the stage, and just want to say a massive thank you to Matt and the team for powering that. And we're going to hear from some of the young people later on this afternoon who have actually had some incredible outcomes, whether that be actually employment off the back of the volunteering they've done with us over the last 2 months, also in education. So I welcome Matt. Thank you very much, Matt. And I want to just get you to introduce yourself, why you co-founded the Big Help Out. And also, you could be anywhere in the UK this weekend. Millions of people are volunteering. Why did you choose St Neots?
Oh, thank you, Sam. Good morning, all. Yeah, as Sam said, my name's Matt Hyde, and my day job is that I'm the Chief Executive of the Lloyds Bank Foundation, but my volunteering role is that I'm the co-founder of the Big Help Out. And the Big Help Out, we formed, myself and a colleague, Catherine Johnston, who runs the Royal Voluntary Service. We came together after the pandemic because out of that really difficult period, we'd been inspired by what we'd seen about people taking action in their communities. 12.4 million people volunteered in the pandemic, 12.4 million, of which 4.6 million volunteered for the first time, and 3.8 million of those said that they wanted to continue volunteering, but they didn't know how. And 1 in 5 people don't volunteer just because they've never even thought about it. So we came together and we thought, what could we do and how might we inspire the country to just get behind an idea, to sort of get them just to think about giving just an hour for one weekend that might lead to a habit for life. And so when there was the coronation for the King and the Queen, Buckingham Palace welcomed the idea, and we galvanised the country on the bank holiday Monday, and about 7 million people took part on that bank holiday Monday. Some of you may remember we went to a scout hut with the Prince and Princess of Wales, Prince Louis on a digger. That was heavily risk assessed. And it was incredible because it was just one of those moments about service and joy and what it means when you bring communities together. And that's what events like today are about. It's really giving an excuse to nudge some of those behaviours to say, do you know what? We're better when we come together as communities. We're better, whether we agree with each other or not about politics or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's about coming together and giving a bit of time. And there's 170,000 charities in England and Wales, and they all need volunteers, every one of them. And yet volunteering's gone down over the last decade. And 2 days ago, I was with the Queen and Paddington Bear at an event to launch the Big Help Out for this weekend with a National Literacy Trust. And that's part of their National Year of Volunteering. And they've already inspired, this year, 35,000 people to come and volunteer. So it can be done, and it can be done by good people like you coming together, and like these guys, who are doing such an incredible job in St Neots. So why St Neots? Well, firstly, as a foundation, we're investing in citizen hubs, and we want to see more citizen hubs across the UK. But as importantly, I'm a Cambridgeshire boy. So I am not from St Neots, but from Ramsey, where I was with my mum and dad last night. And I grew up in a whole habit of a small business where we're all inspired to volunteer. They're 86 and 85. They're volunteering 5 nights a week still. They've got a tombola to organise tomorrow and an auction tonight. And they inspired me, and that's why I've come back here. I'm also a Peterborough United fan, so I've known suffering as well. So look, what I want to say is, but I want to back these guys, and I want to give a shout out to Alex Hughes and Sam Squire for the work they've done, because that's how communities thrive, by good people across generations coming together to celebrate communities. That's what today's about, and it's a real pleasure and privilege to be here.
Thank you, Matt. So as you can see, that is the power of the initiative that we're behind, and we welcome you all today to get behind that as well. And you'll see lots of different young people getting involved as well, which is awesome. So Grace, feel free to introduce yourself. Obviously, a lot of people here may know about the Citizen Hub, but for those that don't, it'd be great to know more about what that looks like. And also, why is volunteering so important to the Hub, and what transformations have you seen individuals that have got involved in volunteering?
Yeah, thank you. This looks amazing. Like, the square looks sick. So thank you guys so much for coming out. My name's Grace. I'm the Managing Director of the Citizen Hub and a co-founder of C58. Both organisations are volunteer-based almost entirely. I'm very grateful to be the one and only staff member of the Citizen Hub. If you don't know, we're literally around the corner, the place that you're going to go for a coffee and a wee if you need one today. So anyone can point you in the direction. Please pop in and say hi to the team if you haven't been there before. Today, while I'm out and around, it's being entirely run by volunteers. So right now, for the next half an hour, we've got a wellness hour led by Debs Gray, who is one of our volunteers. She came into the hub a fair few months ago, it must have been about 8 months ago now, and said, I need to do something, what can I do? We found out that Debs is a very, very experienced peer support worker in schools and the NHS, and she loves everything about well-being and wellness. And now she runs our programming on Wellness Wednesday. She has her own lived experience advisory board. We fundraised for Wellness Wednesday and the programming that she delivers so that we can provide the wellness provision for the whole of St Neots for the year, which is amazing. And that was all run by volunteers. Everything that we do is volunteer-based. We see people coming in with very little confidence. They volunteer 1 day a week, an hour a week, and in a couple of months, they're transformed and their lives are different and they meet new people, and the feeling that you get from volunteering is next to none. So it's quite possibly our favourite thing in the world. So, yes. We wouldn't open the doors without volunteers, so please, if you see someone wearing S&I t-shirts, they're all volunteers. Big Help Out t-shirts, they're all volunteers. The C58 t-shirts, they're all volunteers. Please say hi, give them a hug, give them a high five, make them a coffee, let them go for a wee if they need one. But yeah, very grateful for them, so thank you guys.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Grace and Matt, and I'll hand back over to Alex and Richard. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So, at 2 o'clock, we want everyone to come together and dine together and talk to each other as a one community. So we'll be gathering back here for the different sections, but at 2 o'clock, support local businesses. You'll see there's meal deals that we've done with local businesses, not people from outside town, but from hospitality in and around the square, so supporting our local community. I'm going to hand over to Alex in just a second, but the reason I'm handing over to Alex is because our long-term vision actually came out of a meeting with some of the people that you'll hear from today. Looking into the future, we wanted to celebrate 30 years of St Neots Initiative, but our instincts are to look forwards and to try and change the future because we can. And Alex has taken on the role of creating a roadmap for that future, and you'll talk a bit about that yourself. So today, the architect of today and the visionary for our future is Alex, and I'm going to hand over to you now, mate.
No
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, bro. Thank you. Yeah, no pressure, he says, yeah. So, morning, St Neots. Take your seat. Find a seat. There's no rush today. That's the key here. This is not about presenting and trying to entertain. You know, the conversation is the table. So everything you hear on the stage today is geared up to start a conversation, not finish one. This is not a consultation, just be really clear. This is a conversation, okay? So I want to be really straight with you first. So for a long time, I think the instinct, and ours included, has been to try and kind of centralize things, gather it all into one place, one plan, one room. And the truth is quite simple, you can't. A town this size, this alive, this full of people who care, the future was never going to be decided in one table by a few people. So we're not here to run a consultation, as I say. We're here to start a conversation and to admit openly that it's already bigger than this square. And the square is looking fabulous, by the way. Congratulations on this, because this is what we want to see on the square, right, Sarah? I see you. I see you. She'll probably be ranting about that in a minute, which I hope is a good thing. But look, it's happening on your streets. It's in the group chats. It's at the school gates. It's in the shops. Dare I say it, even some of what you see in comments on sections from Facebook and LinkedIn. What we're doing today is joining it. out loud. And here's the thing. If you're here with us in person or online, you're already part of it. You don't have to do anything else today apart from just take part. If you want to go further, you will see down the table there are QR codes, which you're very welcome to scan it and answer 3 questions. So what do you love about St Neots? What could be better? And what would make it a great place to live long term? And 3 questions, that's it. Your answers will be mapped live onto a digital twin of the town. And if you wander down to the Citizen Hub, you'll watch the town's answers landing live on this map that we're there throughout the day. And the thing we really hope starts here today is, from this moment, is a movement. We're calling it Tables Across Town. In your cafe, your workplace, your breakfast club, the front room, same 3 questions, your town, your voice, with us or completely without us. That's what today is about. It's not a plan handed down, it's a conversation handed round. You like that? So, welcome, pull up a chair, let's begin. So I'm going to introduce the first section, this, as Richard mentioned earlier, back in December, we had a bit of a conversation with a few of us in a old converted bakery out the back of the Citizen Hub about the future of the town. I'm probably going to wait a second because that sounds very noisy. Hold on. Oh, they've turned it off for us, look. Okay, we're going to carry on. It's okay. So it started with a very small conversation. It wasn't to say that we need to own the vision. I am going to wait, hold on. This is the risk you take when you do this stuff. Cheers, mate. Okay. So it started with a small conversation, not to say that we want to develop a strategy. That is not who we are. What we do want to do is develop a framework that enables people to participate and contribute on a daily basis. So we're not here to kind of, this is what we're going to do. We're saying we're really open to collaboration. We think the conversation is excited about the future of this town, but we're not sure that the conversation has been had broadly enough. So today is the start of that. And to start us off today, to give us that permission to let us know that we're listening, I'm going to like to invite Paul Bristow, who is the Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, and he was very much at that meeting from the very start. So it's gone from a small room, about 10 of us, right, Michelle? About 10, 12 of us in that room, and here we are today. So I welcome Paul Bristow, who will then hand over to Ian Solomon, and then to Sarah Conboy following. Over to you, sir.
So Richard started this event by thanking the Combined Authority for supporting this initiative and for getting behind it. But you know something, I'm not sure I deserve that thanks, because this is quite an easy thing to get behind. It wasn't a difficult decision, was it? It's about listening and talking to people. And look, the Market Square looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm delighted, to be here. Look, people talk about growth a lot of the time, and they talk about what growth means and what change means. Growth doesn't just mean transport. Growth doesn't mean housing. The most important thing about growth is people. And it's some of the things we've talked about here, getting people the skills and the opportunities that they feel that they need to grow. And so when we talk about growth, it's not just about what's happening in Cambridge. It's not about what's happening in the biggest city in our region, Peterborough. If growth is not good for the biggest town we've got in Cambridgeshire, which is St Neots, then quite frankly, it's not worth doing. Because St Neots is the biggest town in Cambridge, and change is happening. You've got Tempsford just down the road, you've got Universal Studios happening. I don't want change to be something that just happens to St Neots and to the people of St Neots. What growth and change has to be shaped by the people of St Neots. What do we want to see this town become? What do we want to see happen in the biggest town in Cambridgeshire? I'm going to keep using that theme, by the way, because we are the biggest town in Cambridgeshire, and we deserve to stand up and be represented as the biggest town in Cambridgeshire. So what happens here matters. It doesn't just matter to the people who live here, it matters to our entire region. And that is what this conversation is all about, to shape the future of this town, to shape the future of this region, and more importantly, to shape the future of our people and young people who live in this town. That's what's important. That's what this initiative is all about. and I'm delighted 100% to be behind it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Paul, and very well said. It's really fantastic to see you here and representing, obviously, the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, and putting St Neots, that might be considered on the edge, actually as part of the heart of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. So thank you for being here. And I mean, really, just to echo Paul's point, you know, this is called the Big Listen for a reason today, and it is fantastic to see so many people here. It's the new Market Square really buzzing, but it is about hearing from you. St Neots is so well placed geographically, but with the people that we have, one thing that has always filled me with pride about representing St Neots is how we stand up and try and make a difference in our communities. We heard Grace and Sam talk about volunteering. We try to make a difference, and this is the opportunity to make a difference, actually, not just at the regional level, but at the national level. The government cares about this region. You know, they're looking at a new town just 5 minutes down the road. We're right slap bang in the middle of the Oxford-Cambridge growth corridor. There is Universal Studios just 20 minutes away going to be developed. There was an announcement on that this week. There is so much opportunity nearby, but we've got to capture that and shape that for the next generation and for young people. It is possible. I don't think, I'm going to be a tiny bit political and say I don't think the government quite knows what they're doing yet. So we've got the opportunity to tell them, and I need you to tell me so I can tell them as well. So please, please grab me today. You know, I'm very happy to be given an earful on what I should be doing to represent this town. And I hope you all have a fantastic day, and I will hand over to Sarah.
Thank you, Ian.
Thanks.
Well done. I'm going to confuse the sound people now because I'm actually going to pick the microphone up because I don't stand very well. I'm so pleased to be able to join you today. When this project for the Market Town Square was something that the previous administration inherited, it was a little controversial, I'll say that, and we worked really, really hard because we didn't really understand that not everybody had been engaged in the conversation about what it could do and how it might enable you as a community. Look around you. Today is one of those days when it's doing the sorts of things that I think everybody hoped it might do as a town. It's bringing you together and it's giving you an opportunity to do some of the things that I hope you will continue to do. And in the crowd, I can see lots of familiar faces. I can see Bob, one of our town councillors who's been, and a former district councillor who's worked really, really hard. Yeah, I do. I was going to say, and lots of people who I know work really, really hard and passionately for this community. And when we sat down with the St Neots initiative, there were a small number of us in a room in the back of the most amazing hub. And actually we talked about, you know, what should the vision be? And I remember Michelle and I very controversially saying, as chief exec and leader of the council, what does St Neots want? You know, what would a good St Neots look like 5 years down the road, a year down the road, no closer to time? But in the next 10, 20 years, if it's going to be the place you really, really want it to be, what are you going to keep because it's working brilliantly? What would you do better? Because actually there are always things that we can improve upon that we've already got and we want to do more of. What are the things that are missing? What are the things sometimes that we should stop doing? And one of the real challenges is when you work in bits of government, whether it's national government, local, regional government, local government, is everybody always looks to you to have the vision and to provide the money. And actually the vision comes from all of you. It's what you want as your vision. It's what St Neots should be for St Neots. And then our role is partly to spot the opportunity that when the next thing comes along and somebody says, I've got some money for a project, whether it's government, whether it's part of money devolved down to the combined authority, whether it's something that we have direct control of as district or as county council, the answer is we want to be at your elbow saying, fantastic, we know you want to deliver something which looks like this in your community. We might have found you some resource to help deliver it. And importantly, we might have found you some other people to work with. And I think today you've heard there are lots of partners who've come together to make today possible. It is only possible because all of those people work together. And it is only possible because you are part of that conversation. And it does need to be an ongoing conversation, please, because we are desperate to hear what you love about your place, but what you'd like more of and how we might help. And we need you to shape that conversation. So we're all ears. There are lots of people here today who work for the combined authority, who work as part of Ian's team as your local politicians, who work for the district council. I think we've got town councillors here as well today. We are all busy and eager to listen, and thank you to the team that have made today possible, because the fact that you've got a live feed to tell everybody about what we're doing today, and that you can actually see your feedback live going into the hub so that we can tell everybody what you're thinking is really, really incredible. And the only thing is, I think that this is going to catch on and everybody is going to want to steal your model and run it elsewhere, but you are the first, and my goodness, are you doing it in style. It looks fantastic. I know that today will be a most brilliant day, and we are really keen and eager to listen and be part of that conversation with you, and in the weeks and months to come. So not just today, you've already heard that. You have our commitment. We will continue to be listening, and we're only as good as the things you tell us. So tell us what's working, tell us what you'd like more of, and let us be part of that journey with you, because we're really keen to be. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is good. Right, so we have permission, which is good, right? We were up for it anyway, but we have permission. I'm buying a little bit of time, I'll be honest with you, but that allows me to just explain how today is going to work. So can I be invited? So Steve and Brian, come over here, Steve and Brian, up around the back. You're all right, no rush. So we're going to have various topics. So we've got economy, we've got infrastructure, we've got well-being and volunteering, and we've got the future. Now, at the end of each of those conversations, which is the start of a conversation, we're going to go to the table. And we're going to invite you not to present your views to the whole of St Neots and everyone who's watching online, but to have a conversation amongst yourself between 4, 5, 6 people around you. But then my glamorous hosts, can we give another big round of applause? Black Cat Radio, big guy. You've been listening for some time. Go on, Steve. I know you want to say something. Go on.
Alex, thanks for having us here today. This is amazing. The big listen has been a long time in the planning. Black Cat Radio for 9 and a bit years now has been the big noise. But all we do is amplify what Alex and all these wonderful people do in the Market Square. We were talking about this Market Square, about when's it going to get finished. It's finished now. Thanks to all the organisations around and about who know us on Black Cat Radio. We know you, and if there are any that don't know Brian or myself, do get in touch. We've got a stall over there because we want to hear your voices as well. I think the importance of something like a community radio station is it reflects what's going on in the community, and I'd like to think that we punch above our weight in doing that. We've been part of Alex's journey a long time, and he's been part of ours as well. We're not just collaborators, we're mates.
Right on, look at that. So, what we're going to do, so when a conversation finishes, our glamorous assistants here will be having a microphone going around the table. So what we're encouraging you to do is to try to articulate a thought that's come from the conversation you've had. If you have a nice conversation about infrastructure, about the future of infrastructure, for instance, we'll prompt it, and then we can try and get that shared here. There is the survey that you can complete throughout. Now, I think... No? Okay, no, that's fine. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to list all of the marquees that are here, just because they deserve a massive shout-out, and if they're listening, they can give us a wave. So we've got... Inspired to Ignite up the end. Give us a wave, Inspired to Ignite. On the corner, here we go. Here's Ollie. Give us some, mate. We've also got next to them, and I'm going to go get in trouble here because I might be wrong here. Volunteer Cams, yeah, there they are. And Mark Freeman, the CEO of Volunteer Cams, in the hub later today as well. Got a great session planned. We've got Walk and Talk for Men, St Neots. We've got Access in St Neots. See you, Liz, I can see you. We've got U3A, University of Third Age. Come on, you lot. There they are. We've got CPSL Mind and Earth and Mind. Yes, Olivia and the crew. Okay, we've got Rotary Club St Neots and St Neots St Mary's sharing. Well done for sharing. Love that. We've got St Neots Gallery, so the images, big shout out to St Neots Gallery. That image that you see on the website, Mashek, we see you back there. Thank you very much. We've got a comms team in number 10 apparently, but they're around there now, but I'm going to ignore that. We've got Ideas Fest, I can see, yes, and you'll hear from the founder in a moment. We've got St Neots Museum, give us some love. There they are. White Boston Lakes Resort, where are you lot? We've been volunteering this morning, putting out tables, appreciate you all. St Neots Town Council have got a space there as well, sharing media, so if councillors are here, that's your space. Ideas Fest we've talked about. CPCA Growth Hub, give us some love. Combined Authority, I think Chris George took about, when I asked for get some support from Combined Authority, I think it was about 3 minutes it took for Chris George to say, I'm in, we're all in, which was beautiful, so thank you. Royal Society of Arts, RSA, where are you? Yes, much love to RSA. Cambridge Regional College, there he is. Was it Jason or no? It's an ongoing joke. I won't go there. Black Cat Radio we've already heard from, and we've got First Aid Station there. I don't know if I missed anyone. I hope I haven't missed anyone. I think we're good, and I've bought us enough time. Katie, are we going to start anyway? I think we're starting anyway, right? Okay, so first conversation is the future of economy. I'd like to invite to chair this conversation. It's Katie Davis, who's the Managing Director of Cap Air Systems and the chair of the Citizen Hub. Over to you to intro. And I can see Mr. John Bird, who's turned up, so I'll go sort that out. Do we have more mics for you? I'll get you some more mics. Hello, Rosie.
Good morning, all. Ooh, way too short. So we're just waiting for our panel to assemble. Give us a couple of minutes. But thank you so much for all turning out. Yeah, and just give us a second to get organised. I'll move up then. I'll move up. Oh, bless you. Yeah, feel free.
I want to sit with that lot. We don't want to be with us. We're not offended.
Fab. Right. Let's go. So good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for just giving us a minute to get ourselves sorted. I have the immense pleasure this morning to host this exceptional group of people to talk to you about the future of the economy, with a specific focus on kind of St Neots, the opportunities at hand that we've just heard about this morning. And we're really honoured to have with us. So we've got Dylan, who I'll let him introduce himself when we get to that stage, who is kind of national entrepreneur and founder of Ideas Fest. We've got the man, the legend, Menno Welch of Welch Bakes, who can give us a really great perspective on the St Neots angle. We've got Dale from White Boston Lakes, who again can offer the sort of local hero story. And then we've got Lord John Bird, who we're honoured to have, who will share his stories around kind of national founding of the big issue. So, yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot this morning, and our wonderful politicians, and again, you know, we talk often, I hear Sarah talk about this often, but how lucky are we to have politicians that will actually sit on a stage and talk nicely together and behave nicely together, no monkeying around, and share the same story. You know, we are so surrounded by opportunity right now in St Neots. So to give a bit of context and just open this up so that we give you plenty to think about and discuss on your tables. So St Neots population, it's a hotly debated number, but internet says 33,000 people. Largest market town in Cambridgeshire, and it's bang in the middle, as we've just heard, of the Oxcam growth corridor. So smack in the middle of Opportunity Central, basically. So let's just think about the sense of what is to come. So we've got East West Rail. They've confirmed that Tempsford's going to be a large station for them. It's 3 miles south of where we're sitting. South being over there somewhere, over there somewhere, bringing with it massive potential for new settlements. So we've all heard about the housing developments that are proposed there, but also the opportunity to bring in science, technology, food growth clusters, amongst other things that will completely reshape the whole area. 20 minutes down the road, we've got Universal Studios building Europe's their first European theme park. £5 billion worth of investment expected to generate nearly 50 billion for the UK economy and create 28,000 jobs. They're really publicly stating and already really engaged, talking about 80% of that workforce wanting to be sourced locally. What an incredible opportunity for us. On top of that, we've got RAF Witton up the road, with the Ministry of Defence signing a statement of intent with Hunts District Council. We've got Michelle, we've got Sarah here, to develop Project Fairfax into a nationally significant centre for defence intelligence and innovation. So they're looking to bring kind of government, industry and academia into the same orbit as the town. It's not far away, it's just the other side of Huntingdon, and we're smack in the epicentre of all of that. We then look at the CPCA's local growth plan. So, you know, as Paul mentioned earlier, he's got ambitious growth plans. The strategic framework for this entire region looks at advanced manufacturing, life sciences, digital tech as priority sectors for driving the economy forward, and we've got quite a lot of that in St Neots. So here's the paradox, though, and maybe the source of our discussion and your discussion on the tables. All of this is happening around us, yet we're sitting on a market square that was funded very kindly by HDC, but largely because the high street was recognised by our own local district council as kind of struggling. Claimant count nationally and locally has been rising. Sam's talked to us this morning already about young people that are not in education, employment or training. So, you know, I think there's going to be a bit of discussion this morning about what are those barriers? How do we make sure that we can capture all of these opportunities and not, frankly, miss a massive trick? So from my standpoint, my name's Katie. As Alex kindly said, I run a manufacturing company based in the wrong Saint, in the other Saint in Huntingdonshire in St Ives. But I also have the honour of being chair of the Citizen Hub. So, you know, just to frame the conversation from my standpoint before I hand over to my other panellists, in terms of manufacturing, we've got a massive heritage in Huntingdonshire around precision engineering and electronics. It's not an accident. It's happened because that's our local skills pool. It feeds the Cambridge ecosystem, and we've got some massive names currently around and in St Neots. So you've got Mass based at Little Paxton. You've got Bosch on the way to the tip on Cromwell Road, you've got ABB, and that's a European cybersecurity headquarters. And again, it's not by accident, it's because St Neots is in the epicentre of an incredibly well-connected place, and it has an incredible population with great skills. So, with that in mind and framing that context, let's open it up to the panel. So, can I start with Dale? Can we come to you first? And if you could just introduce yourself really, really quickly and frame your context and the standpoint that you're talking from. With all of that in mind, why Boston Lakes is one of the biggest employers in this area already and one of our biggest kind of hospitality institutions locally. It gets written off as a low-wage transient occupation, yet it's really critically important to all of this. What would you like to do to change that perception, and what does the next 10 years look like for you and why Boston Lakes?
Yeah, so in terms of why Boston Lakes, we're a 423-bedroom venue, essentially. We're bigger than Hyde Park in terms of land scale, so we're quite a big employer. So we've got 280 full-time equivalents who work for us on the resort, both in terms of front of house, conferencing, kitchens, housekeeping, so on and so forth, as well as functions such as finance, HR, sales, and business development as well. we welcome a lot of pharma companies to us through the conference and training side. So we bring quite a bit of sort of wider national companies into this area. And we're based on the Bedfordshire-Cambridgeshire border as well. So we're quite central to Universal, if you like, for when that comes forward to us. In terms of people, we're always trying to develop our own people. So they start off at sort of the entry level, if you like. But the key with hospitality is there's the opportunity to progress and progress quickly through the ranks. So you don't need a degree, you don't need your college qualifications to be able to progress up to a general manager, for example. So you've got lots of opportunities moving forwards as an individual coming straight out of school, for example.
Nice. So are you already planning for things like Universal? Talk to us about that and how are you coping with digesting all of these opportunities already?
Yeah, so with Universal, we've already added 7 new bedrooms to the hotel this year. There's plans to add additional hotel bedrooms next year as well, and we're currently going through a refurbishment programme to enhance those bedrooms for when Universal comes in 5 years' time. One of the key elements to that is trying to organise family rooms, so we get more people in the rooms, if you like. So we're anticipating a lot more visitors to the area. I think it's 8.5 million, which will be visiting Universal itself. So those people will all be in the area at one time over the course of a year. And we're hoping just to get a small fragment of that. And then in the build-up to Universal, we're hoping that construction workers, those that need HVAC and electrical equipment, those kind of workers will be using the hotel, using those conference and training facilities moving forwards. And hopefully that will mean that we'll be able to employ more people in order to support the business.
Nice. So sitting here from the comfort of this stage today, what do you think why Boston Lakes will look like in 10 years' time?
It'll probably look very similar to what it already looks like, to be honest. We'll probably have a few more bedrooms which have been added to it. We're very big on sort of solar and the electrical side of things, so we're trying to be more sustainable. We're currently going through a program where we're trying to achieve B Corp recognition as well. So we are investing in our people and we're trying to invest in the business at the same time. So the business is always evolving. We've actually just added on a 400-seater marquee to the back of one of our venues just because the scope for the business requires that size of a building structure. Our previous top level used to be about 300, so we've added another 100-seater on top of that, so it's quite a big scale. So yeah, the next, I guess, 5 years will be getting bigger in terms of bedroom quantity more than anything, I would say.
Nice. Thank you very much. So that's a very local St Neots view. If we can come to you next, Dylan. Ooh.
Hello.
You look surprised or disappointed. So if I can ask you to do the same, so just give us a brief overview of you, but also, you know, we mentioned earlier that you were founders of Ideas Fest, and you know your vibe is entrepreneurship at a national level. You know, Ideas Fest is brilliant at inspiring people who already see themselves as potential entrepreneurs. How do you reach the people that aren't necessarily in that space now, and how do we make sure we catalyse people to be able to embrace the opportunities that are at hand?
You might be surprised why a Welshman is doing here today, but my sat-nav said I was going to St David's and I ended up in St Neots, so sorry about that. But yeah, I've been a professor of entrepreneurship for 30 years. I sort of ducked out of higher education 4 years ago full-time to set up Ideas, which runs Ideas Fest, which is I think Stephen Bartlett's called it the Glastonbury for entrepreneurs, which is a bit posh, but essentially it is what it says on the tin. So we bring 6,000 founders, creatives, business leaders together just to be in a field in Tring in Hertfordshire every year and just to talk, network and get to know each other. What was the question again?
Oh, sorry. How do we reach people that, you know, how do we catalyse people that don't necessarily think that they could be an entrepreneur?
Well, I think
absolutely could. And how do we make sure
well,
that
there is the question, maybe, should everybody be an entrepreneur? We have, you know, 32 million people working in the UK. And about 5 million businesses. So obviously there are more people actually working for businesses than actually entrepreneurs. But everybody can be entrepreneurial, even in their jobs. I also always used to think, you know, the entrepreneurial civil servant was an oxymoron. But actually today we need more entrepreneurship within the public sector to actually think differently and deal with some of the major problems we have. In terms of when you say how can anybody be it, I think particularly with young people, and I'm sure Lord John will talk about this later in terms of the report that came out last week from Alan Milburn about NEETs and the those young people not in education, employment or training. And it was incredible. I read it, and I write a weekly column back in Wales, a business column, and I read the reports in detail to talk about this. And then at something like 954,000 young people aged between 16 and 24 who are not doing anything. And it's getting worse and worse, and entry jobs are being really difficult. Now you apply for a job, you've got AI actually telling you no before you even get to the person who could tell you yes. So it's becoming more and more difficult, and a lot of it is, particularly places like South Wales Valleys, where I'm from, you find that, not even the third generation, now fourth generation of people who have never worked in their lives. And how do we really break that cycle is really, really important. And with young people, I think what we found is how do you give those young people the opportunity and give them the belief that they can actually achieve. And there's different ways to do it. What we're doing in North Wales now, and I think this is one of the best way to do it, is to get business involved. Because every entrepreneur that I've met over 35 years always wants to give something back. And I'm sure these guys will agree with me. They wouldn't be sitting here, got busy business to run. They always want to give something back. And Howard invested in our business. He sold his business for 290 million 2 years ago. So he had a bit of spare change, so as you can imagine, and a lot of tax to pay. So he obviously wanted to invest in other things. But he invested in our business, and then he says, I really want to do something for young people up in North Wales. So we found basically found a building, the old council building there. It's 70,000 square foot. It's Grade 2 listed. It's next to World Heritage Site, Conwy Castle. And so what we're doing there now is we're refurbishing that building, and we're going to give young people basically free space, free mentoring, and some financial support to move in there, with the hope that we will basically create between 50 and 100 businesses a year, and then push them out into the community and try and get more. But the lesson behind that, I think, is, we wanted to do it, but we, all of a sudden, because we've planted this flag on a hill, and it literally is on top of a hill, and we've said we really want business to get involved, all of a sudden, everybody's volunteering. So we've got one of the local law companies saying, we will give you that free support to help those businesses incorporate. Accountancy companies are coming and saying, we'll help them with their first year of accounts. So what you have, I think, and this is the basis of everything we do, it's about having a community. This is incredible. I come from a small market town in North Wales called Pwllheli. It's only 4,000, not 43,000. But this is the sort of community I grew up in, where people help each other. And what I've noticed is people now in the entrepreneurial community, they do exactly the same. Most people think businesses are all about profit, it's all about avarice, it's all about grabbing the pound. Every entrepreneur that I've met wants to give something back, wants to help other people become entrepreneurs. And if you can capture that spirit here in St Neots and wider Cambridgeshire, you'll really be on the pathway to success.
How awesome is that? Yeah, definite round of applause for that. Thank you.
I'll do that in Welsh now if you want me to. We're
running out of time. We're running out of time, Dylan. Thank you. Amazing. Right, so just moving down the line to our local hero and baker of the Silver Award-winning loaf, which I feel like I need to remind you all of. So, Menno Welch.
Thanks for coming out, guys. It's really important that we see people here, so we appreciate it. For those who don't know me, I'm Menno. I run a family-run business with my wife just up the road, a little local bakery, and we're proud to represent St Neots.
Nice, and we're very glad that you do bake. Thank you very much, Menno. So, yeah, you've got Menno Welch Bakes, like best bakery in the world, and you're sitting right at the intersection of everything we've talked about here. So, you're smack in the middle of St Neots, you're feeding the town, keeping us motivated with epic snacks. We've got skills, we hear all the time, skills gap, supply chain pressure, town centre challenges. What's been your lived experience of trying to grow a business here? And what would you like to see change to make that a lot easier for people over the next 10 years?
Thank you, Katie. We've really enjoyed running a local business, and it's not always been easy, but we've really enjoyed it, from the bottom of our hearts, to be fair. I think, it's difficult to sort of create or drive out, a market. So I think there's plenty of scope in the town for lots of diverse business, but it's getting the opportunity to be able to set up and go for it, put your passion into it. We was lucky enough to be able to set up with a little bit of savings, be able to tap into some local funding, which was basically for the Level Up grant scheme, and that was enough to get our business up and running. And I think, it was lucky that I knew Alex. That's how I found out about that. And I think it's about working within the community to find out about those sort of quick wins that you can get that can also get you up and running. That's one part of the challenge. The second part is making that connection. I think for us, I like to think that we've obviously got a product, but we've also connected with the community. We try and support the community where we can, and we're people, and I think that we treat everyone who comes into our bakery like we treat one of our friends, and I think we get that same respect back, and I only think that enhances. It's also about, I think one of the reasons why the Muse feels like we've got a few successful businesses up there is because we are a community. We do work with each other. We do support each other. And some of the longevity of those businesses go to show you. Look at Bohemia's set in 10 years this week. I think Saints is 25 years. David's been going for 26 years as well. So it goes to show you that if you're good at what you do and you look after people in the community, it all comes back to you as well. So I think that's a really important part of it.
Amazing, thank you. And again, we're very grateful that you've done that. So that's awesome.
Thank you.
And obviously, you're a really brilliant champion locally, not just of bakes, but you're a real champion and supporter of young people and giving them opportunities. What would you like to see change over the next 10 years to make sure that everyone can access the opportunities that are here?
I do think it's really important, because I don't think it's been a more difficult time for young kids. And obviously, I've just followed on from what you're saying as well. I think it also goes back to not just communities helping. I think it goes back to education. I think it goes back to school. I think the traditional routes maybe not there like they were. Not everybody wants to go into higher education. How can we teach kids about accountancy at school? How about setting up a company? How to get a mortgage? These sort of life skills, I think, need to be developed earlier, and that will give people more confidence when they come out of school to think about entrepreneurship. So I think, firstly, it goes back to education, and then you've got the lovely support from us guys. But I think, obviously the government are changing the schemes now. I know there's a lot of schemes coming up where people can tap into apprentices, so I think that's a really key route. For us, we support the schools every year. We've had people from the Citizens Hub come to us. We love being able to give people that opportunity. You can have somebody come in that's got very little skill set, loads of enthusiasm, some passion, excited, don't know what to do on Tuesday. Come Saturday, they're slamming out the busy service of the week, loving life. And for me to be able to pass on those skills, I think, is massive. But, I can understand as well why it is a challenge for local businesses and smaller independent businesses, because, that's all the fun stuff, but rates are still high, costs are still high in every area, whether you're looking at amenities, you're looking at obviously the labour increases, the NI increases, and this is where local combined authority and the government need to step up, and they need to think about how can we get these doors open, get jobs for local people. Once you've got local people, they're supporting the local community with their wages and everything else. So that's really key that the government and the local combined authorities speak to each other about that as well.
Nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. So just one last question, sorry. Obviously, it's very easy to bash high streets and the future of the high street. What do you see that looking like over the next 10 years in terms of how important it is as an underpinner of all of that community that we've just been talking about?
Look, I think St Neots has got a really bright future. Obviously, like everything that's been said today, with the existing community, with, the Winchendon and everything else coming on there, that is a lot more footfall that can come into this town centre. We need to be able to attract them into the town centre with vibrant shops, with people, with activities, and we need to make the best of it. So again, to make that 10 years, to make it really promising, I think we need to all come together to get the right mix of attractions for people to come to town to use it. It's all about footfall at the end of the day, and that's really key.
Nice. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, turning to my right, we're very honoured today to have Lord John Bird with us. So, can I ask you to just give us a little potted history of you and your adventures in founding The Big Issue, to give us a bit of context for the angle you can speak from?
Yeah, I'm I was born into the slums of Notting Hill in just after the Second World War. I was born into poverty. I was homeless as a child. I was in a Catholic orphanage for a few years. I came out. I went in a really lovely child, and I came out a complete arsehole. And got into trouble with the police for the next 10, 20 years. Was always running away from the police, was always getting into trouble, and was a rough sleeper and all sorts of stuff like that, and a user of drugs and often drunk. In fact, the only time I've ever been to St Neots before was Christmas Day in one of these pubs, and they wouldn't let me in. I think it was largely because I was already a bit Brahms and Liszt. Anyway, I started the big issue because when I was 21, I was hiding from the police in Scotland, and I met a Scotsman who became a mate of mine, and then I didn't see him for a while, and then 20 years later, he had morphed into a multi-millionaire. Him and his wife had started the Body Shop, this guy called Gordon Roddick, and his wife was Anita Roddick, the late, God bless her, Anita Roddick. And they gave me the money to start a street paper. I started the street paper because I was working with people who were like me, who had got into a lot of trouble, who had inherited poverty. And that's one of the big problems that we have, the inheritance of poverty that gets passed down generations. Alan Milburn's report last week doesn't really talk about the inheritance of poverty, doesn't talk about poverty, but it's in the background. I work with 90% of the people I work with, ex-offenders, people who come out of the armed forces. I was a boy soldier, tried to use the army to sort my life out, didn't happen. And you get this situation where many, many people do come from poverty, and you've got to get them out. And if you get them out, then they're winners, and they find a way in the world, and they become very useful. And I was one of those useful blokes who knew what it was like, and now I was going to start the big issue. The big issue is all over the world. We're in Tokyo, we're in Taiwan, we're in Korea, we're in South America, North America. So we started this international movement. Recently, probably, well, not recently, but in the last 20 years, we've been developing what's called the Big Issue Invest. The Big Issue Invest invests in 500 social businesses around the UK. So we invest in schools, we invest in geriatric services, we invest in hospices, we invest wherever we can when we see there's a problem. And if we can use the money that we can get, this isn't money from the street paper, this is money we get from the City of London and all that stuff. If we can use that money to bring about social change in people's lives, if we can bring about social justice, which is giving young people, as our colleagues here today are saying, give young people the chance. And that is why I'm here. I live in Cambridge, and I'm just down the road, and I'm really glad to be here, and I'm glad to see community. I'll just give you one example. About 6 or 7 years ago, I went to a small town not very far from here, and I took a whole group of people. And what we did was we got the estate agent who has to buy services because they have buy-to-rents, buy-to-lets. We got them to buy their services from a housing association, because the housing association was trying to expand its gardening and repair and decorating business, because 70% of the people on the housing association's tenancy were unemployed. So what we did, very bright, the estate agents, who have a very poor reputation, nobody likes estate agents. I don't think even the estate agents like themselves. But anyway, God, there's one over there. Sorry, mate. Oh, right.
We're surrounded by
Anyway,
them.
so what it did was it gave the estate agents the chance to help somebody, and it didn't. They were going to pay the money anyway. So it was just a straightforward thing. And we got a bakery that was, the bakery was created for women who had suffered domestic violence and sexual abuse and were having problems. And we got them, and we got the local hospital to buy 9,000 loaves a month. So it lifted this business. And it's that kind of cleverness, using cleverness in the community, because this is where the future is. If we don't bind our communities together, if we don't work together, if we don't find new ways of bringing young people into work, then we are lost. As a human beings, we're lost. Anyway, there you are. That's me.
So following on from that, you probably started to answer that. I mean, I guess sitting in a town like St Neots, it's the largest town in Cambridgeshire, you know, a typical market town like St Neots, how do we as a town, as a district, etc., start to approach disadvantage differently? So how do we stop trying to manage disadvantage and start trying to dismantle it, if that makes sense? What can we do to make sure that we are spotting those creative opportunities and lifting people, you know, giving people the opportunity to lift up rather than just putting a salve on it?
Well, the problem is that most of the money the government spend on people in need only keeps them in need. About 90% of all government expenditure is just holding the hands of the poorest in society. It's never, how do you get out of the grief? How do you get out of the need? And that, so actually, one of the things we've got to do in the community is petition the government to reorientate the way it spends its money and move its money towards investing in businesses. Now, we've got a paper in Germany, we've got a number of papers in Germany. And what's so interesting about Germany, Germany lost the Second World War, but won the economic war. Because what they did, they got the government invested in businesses. All the big businesses in Germany get money from the government. VW and all that were all kicked up the arse and made to work because they got government. So what we've got to do is we've got to get the government to apportion money that can be used by the community, that can be, so that we're not doing things on shoestrings. I have been involved in this game for over 50 years, and I can tell you that so many brilliant ideas have been destroyed because there isn't enough money. So we need to get our hands on the money. As Jesse Jackson in the United States of America said, if you want to get rid of racism, give us the money so that we can build the businesses, so that we can outstrip the poverty that we come from. And I agree with him 100%. So actually, we have to work locally, but we have to change the way that Westminster works, and that's why I'm in the House of Lords. I'm in the House of Lords to dismantle poverty. Actually, I made a film for the BBC, and they said to me, "Why are you in the House of Lords?" And I walked up to the interviewer, and I went like this. I pulled out an imaginary knife, and I went up to the woman, and I went, "To slit the throat of poverty." They didn't use it, by the way, because it looked horrible. Unfortunately, government, MPs, most MPs, and most people in the House of Lords, they love the poor. They want to help them. They want to give them a hand out. They don't want to give them a hand up. And it's not because they don't want to give them a hand up, they don't know how to do it. So that's why people like me need to be there leading them by the nose and showing them how to do it. But the important thing is we have to act locally and think nationally, and we have to be, all of us have to be involved in the fight to get the government to spend its money more wisely. I don't know if I've answered that, but
I think you have.
I'm known as Big Mouth Bird, and I often don't answer questions, but I can tell you a few jokes. Can I give you a joke?
You can have one.
One joke.
Conscious of time, and as long as
Anybody here from Liverpool?
it's not rude.
Anybody here from Liverpool? Oh, sorry. Anyway, this is my Liverpool joke. There's a bloke, he rushes into the shop, and he says to the manager, "Manager, where's your camouflage jackets?" And the manager says, "They're good, aren't they?"
Very good, thank you. And yes, you did answer my question, thank you. Okay, so sadly, we could probably spend all day on here, but I think we'll get kicked off at some point, which is really disappointing. But I guess just let's leave with, you know, giving the table something to think about and the people here something to think about and discuss. So one question to each of the panellists, and we'll start from my left and finish with you, John, if that's all right. So say you're a young person at school in St Neots right now, you're probably, you know, grappling with your GCSEs or exams or something, you know. It's a rough landscape for you. It probably feels quite rough. You know, as we've talked about this morning, we've got Milburn kind of summing up the state of play for young people at the moment. What does their path to a good job look like, or what should it look like if the two are different? And who in this town has the ability to influence that, or should have the ability to influence that to make sure they all get good outcomes?
I think we've all got the ability to influence it by giving them the opportunity first and foremost. So if we don't have the jobs that are available to them to give them the opportunity, they're never going to be successful. In terms of leaving, you don't need to go to university to get a degree, so I'd encourage you to keep going at job applications and keep fighting. There are jobs out there, there's just a lot of applicants at the moment, if I'm being honest. So we recently advertised a job role which was just an entry-level job role, and we had over 45 applicants in the space of 24 hours. So there is a massive market for people looking for jobs. It's just the jobs actually can't be created at the right rate at the moment, unfortunately. So yeah, unfortunately that's the case.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Menel, what are your thoughts? What should that pathway look like for young people, and what can we all do about it?
Yeah, I think it's making sure that people are aware of the opportunities and, you know, where they can find out about them. How, you know, not everything's on social media. You know, some people, where can you physically go and find out where you can get work from, or and also get support to maybe get into some of these opportunities. I know from speaking in the hub, speaking to young people that we've had come in, it's what's the transport? How do I get there? If you haven't got anything to start with, then how do you get there? And I think sometimes that can maybe be a bit daunting, that, you know, you maybe haven't got the ability to even get to a job interview. So I think we need to open up those pathways as well, and make sure that people have got the accessibility and also the means to get there and be able to show themselves what they're worth.
Yeah, thank you. Dylan?
Well, if I go back to the theme of, you know, starting a business and entrepreneurship, I'd love for young people to think carefully about this and think about, you know, when you're 16, what have you got to lose? When you're 18, what have you got to lose? A bit of pride, maybe. You know, your Auntie Mary may not think of you if you fail your business, but you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. And I think what we need is to have that support structure around young people. They've got great ideas. The vast majority of young people want to start a business, but when you see what they do, that sort of transformation from, you know, from saying I want to do it to actually doing it, it actually declines considerably. So I really want to get everybody behind young people who want to do this, provide them with a little bit of money to do it, provide them with the right support, the right mentoring from other successful entrepreneurs, and most importantly, you know, just give them that affirmation that they can achieve something in life and they can achieve it on their own. And remember, this is interesting now, with AI, we don't know whether it's going to be a bubble, whether it's going to transform the world, whether, you know, we're going to have Terminators walking down St Neots Market Square in 5 years' time. We just don't know. But I can tell you, probably we will have the first unicorn, a business worth £1 billion, with one employee in the next 5 years. And that's because AI will enable that person to run that entire business on their own. And why shouldn't that business be from a young person here in St Neots?
Yeah, love that. Love that. I'm going to nip my own question. I'm going to chip in, if that's right, from a manufacturing standpoint. I think, we've got a lot of that locally in St Neots, but, I'm a massive nerd for an industrial estate, and even I don't know half the businesses are here because we just don't do a very good job of telling people what that looks like. But, the reason why there's a massive overlap, because a lot of people say, why are you involved in the Citizen Hub when you're a manufacturer? Those two worlds are different. Actually, they completely overlap because we've got a massive pool of really accessible level 2, level 3 roles, all crying out for staff. Perfect opportunity to hire people with, forms of SEN. It's a really accessible kind of range of work that we've got. We do a really bad job of telling people about that, and I think, that's my personal mission. And I know if there are any other manufacturers on the market square, they slightly hate me for it because I'll keep shouting at them about it. But I think that's it. I think it's, we've got these roles. We need to unpack what that looks like in a far better way and actually give people the chance to do it. So we've, I employ 20 people. We're a really small business. We've got 12 young people that want to come and work with us for the summer. We'll take as many as we can, but at the same time, I'm a small business and I don't have the money, John. If you can find the money and give me some of it, then I'll employ all of them. But we just need to do better across all. He's got it in the back pocket. I don't know if you heard that. Right. We'll see you in a minute. See you around the back of the tent. Lord Bird, what's your thoughts on that? What should we be doing, and what should that pathway look like for young people to make sure they don't end up in the situation of disadvantage?
Well, all the disadvantages I had growing up and being in prison and stuff like that, I think they pale into insignificance before what young people have to face now. And it's not all, it's about people in poverty, but it's also people who come from relatively comfortable backgrounds as well, because they're being challenged, rents, mortgages and job losses and all that. So there's a kind of growth of need throughout the whole of society. I think one of the changes in my life was when I met people who believed in me, as you say, and the idea of using mentoring, which I didn't really realize, but mentoring is the thing that turned my life around. And if you can get people who believe in you, even though you have failed your levels or whatever, haven't done well at school. 48% of people in the Alan Milburn category were people who didn't do well at school and didn't finish their levels or their school certificates and all that sort of stuff. So you've got this real difficult situation. And I think what we've got to do is we've got to get behind young people to support them through mentorization. One of the big things that the Big Issue is doing at the moment is we created a business called Big Issue Recruit, and it doesn't do what the job centre does or a lot of other people do, which give you a couple of weeks. We stick with people for a whole year. We give them a lot of mentoring, a lot of support, and we stick with them. We even stick with them when they've got a job. And we've had a kind of 90% success rate. We've only started this. I mean, I think we're only talking about a couple of hundred people. But it's going to have to be intense. It can't just be filling in a form or somebody spending a couple of days with you. It's got to be somebody who's going to be there for you for a particular period of time. And it's got to be intense. And that means jobs. That can't be done by a machine. That can't be done by AI. It's got to be a new growth, a growth of us looking after people in need and helping them out of the need, but also doing this for people who are old and who are in homes and all that kind of thing. So there's an enormous growth in the care industry. I wouldn't want to call it the care industry. I would call it the social development industry. So I believe very, very strongly that things like what we're doing is a way forward. But stand behind the young people. I've been into boys' prisons because I was there, and I can honestly tell you, only on rare occasions have I met somebody who I would say, you can't do anything with them. And that, I think, if we actually believe in our children and those who are passing through, some of them self-harming, some of them doing bad things to themselves, some of them desocialized and not behaving very well. We have to stick with them. And one of the things that we need to do is learn the skills to help bring that transformation in people who are needy. I'll just tell you, if you have somebody who moves into care, that means that child has been failed by adults. If they move into care, they can cost £1 million a year. The money's there. The money is just badly spent. And that's what I would like to see for St Neots and down the road in Cambridge and everywhere else.
But starting in St Neots, obviously, is a centre.
Sorry.
But
Let's
starting
start,
in
yeah.
St Neots as a
Let's
centre
make-
of the universe.
Let's
Yeah.
make it look. Let's make it. Let's call it the St Neots way, and then it will be the St Neots program and the St Neots methodology or whatever it is.
Love it. Sold. Sold to the man in the suit. Well, I think we could carry on all morning, I think. But again, I can see Alex lurking, kind of making gestures of wrap it up, woman. So I just want to say thank you so much to the exceptional panel. So hopefully we've given you plenty to think about in terms of the future of the economy locally, what we can all do about it, what we need to do, and what we particularly need to do, given that young people have been such a theme through this panel to support our kind of our younger generations. I just want to say thank you so much to Dale Shaw, Menor Welch, Dylan Jones-Evans, and of course Lord Bird. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Amazing. And because she wouldn't thank herself, can we also thank Katie Davis for expertly chairing that? You're all needed. You're all needed for media, by the way. Okay, right. So this is the first attempt at this next section. So I can see there's a mic over there. There's a mic over there. Well done. Miguel, well volunteered. You're now holding that mic and you're going to pass around. What I'm going to ask first before we do that, so we've heard now about the economy, the town's future. Well, we want to hear from you. So if I say economy, the future of this town, what one word comes to mind? And shout it out. One word that comes to mind about the future of St Neots when you think about economy.
Independent trading. No. Sorry, independent trading.
Where's that? Who's got that one? Yes, go on then. Well done, you started the trend. Go on, is there a story behind that?
Not really. Well, I think you go to a lot of towns. So Norwich, an example, there's lots of independent traders. The locals support them. Whereas you go to other places, obviously there's quite a few large traders around, and I think people should support the local traders, really. You know, if it takes you an extra sort of 2 minutes to walk somewhere else, like a cafe around the corner, then go to it. They're fantastic, you know.
Love that. Brilliant. That's great. Pass that mic. That's it. Who else wants to say a piece on future economy? What are you excited about, the businesses in this town? We've heard from Menor. I'm going to pick on Kerry in a minute.
Hello.
There's a lady. Oh, Jasmine, yes, go.
I think opportunity. I think that St Neots, the way where you're positioned, I think with Universal, East West Rail, all of that stuff, I think there's a huge opportunity in this town. And I think that St Neots needs to get ready for the spillover, the spend that we forecast from Universal particularly.
Nice, that's brilliant, great. Can we pass to Kerry at the back? Do you mind, Kerry? Because Kerry is neighbours with Mennell, who we've just heard here. So big up Rebel and Ashby. So I'll give you the plug. But what do you think about the future of the economy here?
I think there's a great future, but I do think that we need to work together as a community and business owners and support the businesses that we've got here right now, because
someone's giving me this.
You know, a lot of businesses are struggling, and I think we need to support what we've got now, and then new businesses will come.
And Kerry, while you've got the mic, if there's one thing, so we heard at the start of the day, you know, the council are listening, people are here listening online across the country. In fact, apparently that's what I'm hearing. What one thing could help you as a micro business really succeed here?
We just need to get people into town. We need to get the word out that we are here, and to get people to support local. And, you know, we don't have the whole range of shops that they have in bigger, you know, cities or towns that have a better range of retail. But use what we have got here, get the word out. If you can't come into town, a lot of businesses will deliver to you. Just spread the word, and let's get people in, and then I think other businesses will follow.
Support your indies. We've had 2 of them already. Look
Absolutely.
at that. Love that. Brillianyone. Okay. What about down this side? Anyone other voices that want to be heard at this point around economy? Yes, come on, Ingrid, go.
I think there's something to be said about this town being a destination, that people can come here on holiday. We've got a caravan site down the road, we've got Boston Lakes. So it's more of that kind of visitor economy that we need to be focusing on, and not just being too central to the people here, but how can we attract more people to come here and spend money here.
Nice. And so since it's streaming, can you just plug your amazing community interest company?
I run an organisation called Midlife 360, enabling women in midlife to get back to work.
Make sure AI catches that bit, right? You know,
Thank you.
SEO, like, rank. You stood behind you, Mark, but I'm not going to ask you, Mark, because you're on a panel in a moment about infrastructure. When you think about the skills that are needed for all of this growth around here, so how do we match, without talking about the infrastructure bit that you're going to be talking about on the panel, but you're the CEO of Cambridge Regional College, you're here investing in this town, making sure that young people have access to this. What do we as a community need to do more to encourage people to lean into education to match that ambition that we heard on this stage?
The important thing is that people feel free to engage with it and are aware of what the opportunities are. And skills has such a bearing on what people's life will be like, you know, so the bigger range of skills you've got, the deeper that range of skills, the more likely you are to have a good income, which will lead to all other kinds of positive things as well. So I think that a lot of the time people may not be aware of the opportunities that are there. And I think as a community, we need to spread the word about what those opportunities are. And we'll be talking about infrastructure later, so I won't go too much there, but there are enormous opportunities for the whole region coming, and the region needs skills people to be able to deliver on those things.
Nice,
So,
lean in, love that. Okay, where's Brian? Where's Mr. Black Cat, Brian Dodson? Where are you? Hey, he's there. I want to get your voice, because I saw you with your mic. You've spent years listening to people interviewing businesses. We met on a showcase here, what?
8 years ago.
8 years ago, when you were out there interviewing.
Yep.
You've got your own thoughts about this. Like, why should we be excited about the future of St Neots and its economy?
Well, one is about the fact that there's a vibrance about this town that you don't get in other towns. And there's so many community groups in the town, more than I can count, hundreds, I think, if you include sports groups and all the other types of groups that you get. Everybody's involved in something. You can hardly walk along the street, but you don't meet somebody that you know. So it's a very close-knit community, even though there's 40,000 people. And that's very unique, and I think that's an exciting thing that needs to be tapped into. Because it's not all just about retail and
business and what happens on the market square. It's about the people. This community is an incredible place. I don't live here. You know that. I don't.
Oh.
But a lot of the time I wish I did, because it's very unique.
Love that. No, thank you so much. I love that. Okay, do we have anyone else who wants to get a voice heard that isn't doing it online? All be good. Okay, good. No? So, we've got 5 minutes before the next panel kicks off. So, grab yourself a coffee, relax, and we'll be back on infrastructure. We can put a little bit of background on for 5, chill, and we'll be back on infrastructure. Thank you very much. 5 minutes. everyone. If you want to come back and take your seats. Gather round, gather round, gather round. We're going to start anyway, but if you want to take a seat, now would be a good time. Just to say, so we've already had some really good responses on this. Please take your time. 2 minutes it takes you just to answer the 3 questions in Maps Live. And also, because his dad's standing next to him, we can embarrass him. We've got a live artist at the back here, Reese Eaton. Give him a big follow. Like, look at it. Look at this wonderful art that's being created through the conversations that are happening. So big up, Reese. Big round of applause. My mission is to have RSA over there. I see you. You need to adopt this guy and blow him up, because what he does is amazing for the community. It's beautiful. Okay, so next up we have future of infrastructure is the next conversation. So I'm going to just introduce Michelle, and then she will chair this conversation. And thank you all of the people that have come onto it. So Michelle Sachs, Chief Exec of Huntingdonshire District Council. Much appreciation. Over to you. Now, do you want to hold it, and then they can pass the mic?
That's it. That's great. Thank you. Hello everybody. And can I just say, it is so great to see the marketplace so busy and being used in the way it should do. It is absolutely tremendous. I know that there was some pain going through this, but when we get to it the other side and we can see the benefits, it is just brilliant. So I've been joined by our remarkable panel today, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, and then we're going to start a conversation about infrastructure. Now, you may think that sounds quite boring, but we will make infrastructure interesting. No pressure panel. And the conversation around how you can be part of how that infrastructure is delivered. So, Mark, start with you if you want to introduce yourself, and we'll go along the line, and then we'll come back to start the conversation.
Thanks very much. So I'm Mark Robertson. I am the Principal and Chief Exec of Cambridge Regional College. We have 2 main campuses, one in Huntingdon and one in Cambridge. But we're also working here in St Neots with the Citizens Hub. So we provide some courses here, and we also help with signposting people to other opportunities that we don't provide here. Cambridge Regional College is a really strong college. We've got high ratings on pretty much everything we do, but the best ratings come from our students. We have about 12,000 students, and the satisfaction the students report and the places they move on to and the careers they develop are the real testament to what we do.
That's brilliant, and I think we've heard earlier on the importance of how we inspire our students to be able to see those opportunities. So if you're getting good reviews, that's exactly a good point. Laura.
Hi, my name is Laura Koch. I'm Head of Policy, Legacy and Community at East West Rail. For those of you who don't know, East West Rail is, I would say, is exciting infrastructure.
It is.
Because it's the new train line that's going to connect Oxford and Cambridge. It will go through Chelmsford, it will go through Bedford to the new Universal Studios resort at Stewartby, and it will go through Milton Keynes. So really, East West Rail is the backbone that forms the heart of the Oxford-Cambridge growth corridor. So yeah, really looking forward to talking about why that's relevant to people in St Neots and the opportunities that we think East West Rail is going to bring to your community.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Emily?
Hi there, I'm Emily Sun, and I'm CEO of Place Matters, and we're an organization that works with communities, funders, governments across the UK. And what we talk a lot about is the sort of social infrastructure to help places and communities thrive.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca. I work for Urban and Civic, so we are a master developer. Nobody knows what that means, but it's essentially we are looking at developing houses in a number of large new communities, but it's not just the housing, it is the schools, the health, the play areas, the green spaces that come alongside that. And as Emily said, it's also about the social infrastructure to do with whether it's shops or community groups, activities and events and volunteers. So we've got a couple of big sites we're doing in Cambridgeshire. St Neots is quite at the heart of that. We're working at the east of St Neots on the second phase of Love's Farm and Wintringham. We're also involved in Tempsford and over at All Cumbria Weald. So we're very keen to get thoughts and feedback on the things we're doing so far, but also making sure we are starting to design and plan in the infrastructure that everybody wants, as well as what we know technically is needed.
Excellent. So earlier on, we heard some of the big infrastructure projects that are currently in train. So let's just recap on that. Laura, you've mentioned East West Rail, which is going to connect Cambridge to Oxford. It's part of the Oxcam Super Corridor, of which Huntingdonshire and St Neots are, we always say, the centre of the universe, but absolutely well connected and well placed to take advantages. We've seen the works on the A428. Black Cat Roundabout is happening. We've got the Universal Studios. Again, a great announcement this week. The Chancellor was down at Universal with the diggers, getting that planning permission into development. So again, a project that will happen and deliver £50 billion worth of opportunity to our area. And we've also got what's happening in North Huntingdonshire around the Project Fairfax and the Emerging Defence Cluster. Now, these are all big, solid, hard infrastructure, and in fact, we're standing on another piece of hard infrastructure, which is £15 million worth of investment from Combined Authority, Huntingdonshire District Council, and colleagues at Cambridgeshire County Council as well. But actually, it's not just hard infrastructure that we want to get excited about. It's the soft infrastructure, the glue that brings all those opportunities. So how do we have a conversation with our communities, and we're all included, we're all part of that conversation? How do we say, see all of this happening, how you can be part of it? How can you see and feel and touch the benefits? What do we need to talk about? And I'll start with Rebecca first, because you've got the mic.
I think one of the things that we're really excited about, and we're working with Mark and colleagues and other colleagues across the area on, is to deliver all of this infrastructure. There is a genuine challenge on the demand side around not having enough skills to necessarily deliver that. But if you flip all of that over, what it enables is all of the conversations we're having today about how do you ensure the next generation, the current generation, have opportunities. It is around making sure that some of the skills and aspirations that we know are within local areas are unlocked and released and connected to the opportunities that are coming forward. And one of the things we always know, given the scale of the developments that we're doing, is we've got 15 or 20 years where we know pretty much what we're going to be delivering. So we know that's obviously house building and all the trades and things that go with that, but it's also design work, it's accountancy work, it's everything that helps to create a place, and it's the shops and the businesses that are key to coming forward alongside the houses. So I think there's a real opportunity, and today is one big part of kicking that off, to make sure that where people have an aspiration to be part of this growth, we can look at that and make sure those pathways are there. Where there are concerns and worries about it, we make sure that they're being looked at and addressed. But also we look at the opportunities that with all of that investment that's coming, and Laura and I were talking about this earlier, with all that investment that's coming, there are opportunities to do projects that are maybe outside of that infrastructure but make a real difference to people, or unlock something that there's been an aspiration to do for a long time. So this growth will only work if it reflects the local ambition, local aspiration, and actually creates opportunities for everybody that's here. So I think today is the start of that. The tables across town and all the future conversations, we need to have a part of that. There's obviously loads of formal consultation that's happening all the time, and certainly Laura and her team have been out and about for a long time on East West Rail. We'll be starting to talk about some of the St Neots East opportunities coming forward as well. The local plan discussions are going on. So I think it is around tapping into all of the energy and dynamism that's here and making sure that we all play our part in making the pathways that come forward from that.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now, actually, I'm going to go to Laura, because I'm going to actually leave Emily to the end, because I think you'll sum up that type of conversation we're having. But Laura, just picking up with the consultation that you're doing as part of the East West Rail process now, what are some of the conversations that you and your team are having around how people are feeling about infrastructure, and what does it mean for them?
Thanks. So our consultation is happening at the moment. It closes next week. So if you are interested in finding more about the technical detail, where the route will go, what it means in terms of stations, what it means in terms of how it's going to fit in with the new plans at Tempsford, please do have a look on our website. There's a virtual consultation room there, so you can find lots of really good information and provide your feedback that way. As Michelle says, we've been out and about a lot over the last couple of months. We've had events all the way along the route, and we have been listening to communities. And we really understand that for a big infrastructure project, it does have impacts on local communities. It's not good news for everybody because people are worried about how it's going to impact on, just in terms of the construction. Will it be disruptive? You know, we're seeing that now in terms of some of the local infrastructure projects that you were referring to, Black Cat, for example. So we really hear that. I think my job really is making sure that what we think it's going to bring in terms of opportunities for the community is part of that conversation. So at the consultation event we had in Camborne last weekend, we had some young people who are here today come and look at the materials, talk about the kind of jobs that are going to be created. And this is jobs, as Rebecca was saying, in terms of actually construction, jobs in actually running the line. So if you're interested in a career in rail, there's fantastic opportunities. But more than that, actually living along this route, I think it's going to be one of the most exciting places to live in the country. I live locally, I live in Kimbolton. The reason I work for East West Rail is because I am so excited about the opportunity and I want to be part of that opportunity. And it's not just this week, alongside the Chancellor going to Bedford, she was also talking at a conference in London about the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor. So we heard a lot there about, yes, we know we've got these fantastic centres of innovation in Oxford and Cambridge. They are global leaders in terms of science and technology. But what does that mean for us in St Neots? We've got this aspiration that the growth corridor will become a top 10 global cluster. So it will bring investment, it will bring jobs. But on a practical level, we also know that for lots of local communities, St Neots, Bedford, Milton Keynes, we've got a problem with young people who are not in education, employment or training. We've got people who aren't connected to that opportunity, who don't yet have the skills they need to take advantage of that. So what I'm really excited about over the next few years is starting to change that conversation, making sure that we're being really clear about, if you're interested in a career in Formula One, you can connect to that through this line. If you're interested in a career in the creative sector, we've got Universal on our doorstep, we've got Pinewood Studios. So I think this is just such an exciting opportunity. We are going to be having more conversations with the local community, so moving from that formal consultation into more of a dialogue. We want to hear from you about what you think the exciting opportunities are and what you think our legacy should be as East West Rail. So we're going to be here in the region for the next 10 years or so constructing this line, and we really want to start that conversation with you all.
Thank you, Laura. I think that's really interesting because what Laura and indeed Rebecca have said is this isn't just now, it is a journey, no pun there with East West Rail. It's a journey, and actually we want to ensure that all of you and all of those who are watching or will join in later feel they are part of the journey and are part of what does the final destination look like. And I think sometimes when we use words like, well, we're using infrastructure a lot because that's the title of our panel, but what does that mean? What does it actually mean when you break it down? And I think some of the points you've made there, Laura, around jobs and skills, but community, because what was popping into my head was visitor economy as well. There's a huge opportunity for our fantastic, buzzing market town of St Ives to start to attract more people to come and spend their money here, which supports our local business, which then, as Sam Squire and I were saying earlier on, might then give rise to more employment just around the town square, if you see that vision. Now, Mark, we've heard about what Laura and Rebecca, we would call a pipeline of talent. So we know in 5 years we're going to need this number of people with this type of skill. How do you plan for that, Mark? How do you unlock that inspiration in your students, and how do you work with your partners to capture that so you can be delivering those highly skilled individuals? That means that, you know, they're valuable, their talent is going to be captured by all these amazing employers that are going to be building and developing not just the direct infrastructure but the indirect. How do you do that, Mark?
Well, I mean, I guess that's what we do, really. But the important thing to start with, I think, is that the number of jobs coming currently way exceeds the number of people who are trained to do them. And therefore, I mean, for example, on the East Coast, we've got Sizewell C. Sizewell's need for construction workers is greater than the total number of construction workers in the region on its own. And then add to that Universal, East West Rail, the many housing projects, Tempsford, and everything else that's going on. So if people want a career, and it's typically a well-paid career in construction skills, it's right there. And I would encourage anyone to contact, depending on where you live, CRC. We're 20 minutes away on the train to our campus in Huntingdon, where we're just opening a new green construction skills centre with the support of the District Council, for which we're very grateful. Or go to Bedford, 20 minutes the other way. There are opportunities to develop those skills. But all of these huge projects, I know they can be a little bit daunting, and change is always scary, but the opportunities that this will result in to increase chances for individuals and prosperity for the towns that are going to be most involved are absolutely fantastic. You know, I think we're looking at a situation where no one needs to be neat. No one needs to be not involved in education or training or employment. As I say, the opportunities are going to way outweigh the number of people available to take them. So whatever your ambitions are, they are possible, and the demand is so great. And all of this isn't just about construction. All of these developments also require people to work in offices, to work in accounts, to be involved in marketing and sales and everything else that you can think of along the way. So there are so many opportunities, and I would just really encourage people to access the opportunities that are there. Tell us what you would like if you can't find it. Engage with the Citizens Hub. They're absolutely fantastic in terms of opening doors and pointing you in the right direction. But the opportunities are there, and the opportunities are coming multifold, and I think it's exciting, and I think it's going to be great for the region. It's going to be great for St Neots.
Thank you, Mark. Now, something Alex and Sam and I talk about a lot is, why do we only seek to inspire young people when they've suddenly become neats, shall we say? And I think when we think about Laura, you said 10 years. It's a 10-year journey. Rebecca, you and I talk about much longer than 10 years. We're talking about young children who are 7, 8 or 9, that they are going to be on a journey where we can be inspiring them now to say, when you're 16, when you're 18, when you're 25, this is what you could aspire to do. Because I think your point is well made, Mark, around it's not just a single thing to look at. It's not just construction. If we think of Universal, it's not just hospitality. There's advanced manufacturing, there's the creative industries, there's the actual organising, there's marketing, there's PR, there's comms, there's HR, there's everything. So, how do we get that social glue? I'm going to look at Emily now. Emily, thinking of all the things we've been talking about, how do you think the conversation should go around inspiring our communities, and how should we have the conversation around this is the art of the possible, this is for you, how can you shape it?
Well, firstly, I think it's super exciting to hear about all the infrastructure investment that's happening in this region. I mean, I wish that this were happening like this in all parts of the UK, and we know that's not the case. So it's incredible to see the potential for growth and innovation and for thriving community across the entire region. So that's great. And you're right, actually, because I think the hard infrastructure is absolutely critical, and we need it for jobs, for transport, for everything else to live and work. But the soft infrastructure that we talk a lot about and spend a lot of the time thinking about is really more about the sort of the relationships and the connective tissue between the people, the sectors, the communities that really helps make this a joined up project rather than we've got a project here, we've got a company there, we've got a government initiative here, and they're all happening, but they're not connected. And I remember this social architect called Aravena. He said, oftentimes when we go into communities or places, it's not the lack of resources, it's the lack of coordination of the resources that's the biggest gap. And so one of the things that we always start to think about and talk about are the principles. So we all love to think about what are we going to do? What are the processes, the actions, the tick boxes? But actually, if we roll back and we say, what are the principles and the ways that we want to work together? And if we start with that, we see sort of 5 principles come up time and again around where we see places working really well together and not in a siloed way. And one is that the community is really at the center. As Alex said, not to be consulted, but it's an ongoing relationship that keeps building over time. So the community voice and agency, because the community does so many things super well if they have the support to do that. So the community being at the center is a hugely important principle. The second is that it's about valuing relationships and trust over processes and structure. And whenever, when we grow up in an institutional sort of career, we think about process and structure over relationships. But how do you make the time to sort of bridge sectors and people that don't usually work together? It's through relationships and trust. The third thing that's very related to that is when we see places start to thrive, there's always some sort of story about how it started with 5 or 6 key people that really had the twinkle in their eye. Their hope was higher than their despair, and they said, we're going to make this happen. So this sort of the bold leadership to say, this is going to be really difficult, but I'm in. And it's also the courage to do things differently. So when we talk to people from health and from local authorities, it's really tough for them to sort of put their risk management aside to do something really different, because it's easier to sort of go with the inertia of how things have always happened in that sector. So you need that sort of courage to say, you know what, we're going to do something differently because it hasn't worked in the past. And I'm going to put my neck out. I'm going to take a risk, but it's because I really believe in this community and I really believe in this joint effort. So that's the third one, is that sort of bold, courageous leadership. The fourth one is, I think, so often we are in it for, we need to see results yesterday. Whether we're a politician or we're a publicly traded company that has quarterly results, we just need to keep showing results so quickly. And I think, yes, we need to have the sort of quick wins along the way, most importantly because the community needs to see progress being made. But it's also about not losing the long-term picture and just being realistic from the start that, big transformation projects, we should take a 10-year view at least, if not a generation. So if we're able to hold in our heads at the same time that sort of long-term 10-year ambition, but at the same time think, what are the quick wins and signs of progress that we can keep talking about? And what's the narrative that we want to keep building together? We also need both of those happening at the same time. And then the fifth thing I'd say is, I think, again, a lot of us are comfortable with what's the project plan, what's the budget, what are the milestones, and how are we going to know, what's the certainty that I need to sort of manage my risk with. And actually, it's about being comfortable with uncertainty and complexity, and realizing that one of the core skills in going on any of these types of journeys is the ability to learn and adapt. And we need processes, not just make it a kind of afterthought, but do we build in processes to learn and adapt, not just within one organization or sector, but together? Do we constantly speak with the community about what are we learning together about what's working and what's not? Why is it not working? And it's the ability also to be comfortable with conflict. Because whenever we bring people and organizations and sectors together, it's not always going to be harmonious. There's going to be a huge amount of tension along the way. So how do we just accept that from the beginning and use that relationship building and constant trust building to get us over those tensions and conflicts? So those are just some of the five things that we see a lot in common.
Well, I'm going to say, Emily, I don't know where Alex is, but Alex, I think we need another, next time we do this, can we have a whole discussion on those 5 points? Because that's a panel discussion in itself. We're going to dip into those, so be prepared. I'm going to ask to link to that. But I think Emily makes a really good point there. There's a few things I want to draw out. There's the power of leadership, and I often say, if we want to get stuff done, we have to leave our egos at the door. We have to come in and think we're going to work together equally and pragmatic and seek to have compromise. If egos are in the room, invariably that stops projects happening, and that's about leadership. I think we also have to realise that sometimes perfection is never attainable, and if we sought and looked for perfection all the time, we'd never do anything. And that being comfortable with that being agile, we have to get comfortable with that. And I think the third thing that I really struck is the power of relationships. You have to work hard at relationships because things will get a bit grumpy. But if you haven't worked hard at building those relationships, when it gets grumpy, it's very easy for people to go, I've had enough now, I'm walking away. But if you have invested in those relationships and you're committed and get that emotional connection which keeps you there rather than transactional, you say, right, okay, we've hit a block, but actually there's the vision, that's the bigger story, let's go on. And good, solid relationships, and we often underestimate that. We often don't invest time in that because we don't necessarily see the budget return on it. So I think that's a really good point. I'm going to go to Rebecca. Because Rebecca, I think some of the things that Emily was just talking around, bringing the community together on a journey, you and I have had lots of discussions about the work you do at Urban and Civic around constantly testing as your communities are growing and as the infrastructure increases, you're constantly testing what is the community feeling. Tell us a bit about that and how you keep that continued. So it's not just it's a once in a moment and that's it. Tell us what you do and how you build on that.
It's really key, actually, and this is something that we've spoken to Alex and everyone about over the years, is that when you're doing big schemes, often you fall into a planning approach on consultation. And you need to do that, of course, it's a statutory part of the process, but the reality is the best way of doing it is always as a conversation where you're constantly listening. Planning has these very specific milestones where you have to do particular things, but the reality is that people will come in and out of discussions at different times, and they'll be motivated by something that annoys them at a particular moment in time, but then they might be fine with. So you have to keep the conversation going all the time. And also, when you're talking about some of these big schemes, they are years in gestation. So you might be talking about something that won't hit for 5 or 6 years. People will say, oh, I'll be dead by then, or I'll have moved out by then. They disengage. So you've got to keep those conversations going. And as Emily said, over these timescales, things do change. So you need an agility in these strategic schemes that means that, who anticipated COVID? Not that many people in the room. Since we started at Alconbury Will, we've had kind of Brexit, COVID, financial crashes, changes of government. If you have that shared vision and leadership, actually you can keep going and you can go, right, we might need to push this back a little bit or push that forward or move a little bit over here. But if you keep the conversation going, everyone remains with you. I think also what's really key, one bit of infrastructure we haven't spoken about too much, what's really important for Huntingdonshire is green and blue infrastructure. I think a lot of times there is a conversation when you start this off about growth versus nature, or we want to keep things as they are. Actually, a lot of the work that's going on at the moment is absolutely about ensuring that local nature recovery happens alongside big infrastructure projects. We've been talking to East West Rail about the ability to look at some really important kind of landscape scale projects that sit alongside East West Rail, Tempsford and St Neots East. Been working with Wildlife Trust around the brook regeneration, all these things that actually are unlocked by being able to do the development. That means you can do archaeology and find out about the heritage. You can help people understand about how the flood resilience needs to be built in. Lots of our conversations in St Neots over the years have been about water and flooding risks. Actually, development provides some opportunities to do that, but you need to take everyone on a journey about that, as the community takes us on a journey around, forget what your engineers have said, we know this flooded in 1983 and it reached this level. The knowledge and the awareness that is in a local area is part of how you create a really resilient and robust vision, but also how you keep checking in to make sure it happens. And some of that's events like this. We also work closely with the Quality of Life Foundation, who do quite formal surveys around, is this a nice place to live? How happy are you living here? And actually Wintringham, we're just going through that at the moment for Wintringham, so all our residents are busy filling in forms and talking to the Quality of Life Foundation, having those independent checks alongside our own conversations is quite key. And things will change, things will emerge, and opportunities come from those conversations. So a lot of the work that we're looking to do with getting more local businesses in now, they don't have time 5 years ago to think about how this will affect them, but now we're starting to look at retail units at Wintringham, District Centre, conversations with health that then physiotherapists and others want to get involved in. These are things that become more tangible as you go through things. So you have to keep those conversations going. You have to keep agile, stay true to the vision, but remain agile as you go along it, because partners will change over that time.
I think that's excellent. So I think that's a real excellent example of the continued checking in, because that way people feel valued, don't they? And if you feel valued, it's back to you feel more, you're going to be more engaged, because actually you feel that your voice counts, and actually people are interested in what you've got to say, which comes back to your point, Emily, around how you keep that conversation going. I'm going to go to Laura now. So Laura, thinking of some of the things that Emily was saying as well around legacy. So again, I'm touching on your consultation, and also picking up Rebecca's point around, you know, we have a concern around how do we protect the climate and our green, and actually we are so fortunate to have so many fantastic green spaces within St Neots and wider Huntingdonshire. With the things and the conversations that you're having through your consultation, what do you think might be some of the legacy projects that the communities are wanting to see along the line that would make them feel that their voice had been listened to?
So, really good question. I mean, so much of what you were saying, Emily, really resonated, I think, about how... So what I find really interesting about working on a major infrastructure project is that I started my career much more in that space of idealism and community and social capital, and how can you bring communities together. Who knew that I would find the most joy in working on an infrastructure project? Because I think infrastructure projects, surprisingly, give you those windows of opportunity in between the small text. So we have so many regulations that we will need to, if you go through our consultation, it's that very dry account of this is how we will comply with our commitments. Absolutely, there is a vision about how we will do this growth in a way that works for the local community. There's a lot of talk about quality of life. There's a lot of talk about placemaking. There's a lot of talk about if we're trying to make the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor a place where people want to live, they want to stay, they want their families to grow up, we need to think really seriously about how we can do this in a way that's preserving the countryside and the green spaces that we all love, that's making it somewhere where people are proud to be a part of. So a lot of what we do on a day-to-day basis in East West Rail is make sure that any of the planning decisions we're making, any impact that we will have in terms of the environment, we're going above and beyond in the way that we, to use the formal language, our mitigation approach. And to use more jargon, there's also, so the way that we operate as a company, we work through our supply chain. So we will onward contract the people who are going to come and build the line, the people who are helping us with some of the design, for example. In that small text, as part of that contracting process, it's something called social value. You might have heard Andy Burnham talking about social value last week. So it's a very technical, quite dry part of running a major infrastructure project. What that means is that all of our contractors need to think about what they're doing for the community. And what makes me really excited is that if we're creative about what that looks like, how can we join up our suppliers? How can we look at that kind of our baseline mitigation, to use the jargon, so what we have to do as part of constructing a rail and being a responsible organisation constructing major infrastructure, and what are the opportunities to go above and beyond that? Where can we be as creative as possible? Where can we involve the community and hear from you about, actually, what would you like to see? So a really good example of where this has been done well, at London, they've just built a new sewer. I don't know whether people know this, the super sewer. Again, not the most exciting sounding project, but what they've done as part of that is create some fantastic, inspirational public realm. So they've had to build some boreholes so that people access the sewer, but around that, they've created something really inspirational and really exciting. So they've set the bar really high. I would like to think about how East West Rail can be really ambitious in that space and how we can go further if possible.
Thank you. I just love that example. That is taking something, as you say, quite niche, but actually transforming it into public realm that people can enjoy. A bit like we're all enjoying what we would, this fantastic space is what we call public realm in the boring council speak that we have. But look at it, it's not public realm, it is joyful. And that is the creativity that comes from that. And I think the point you've made there, Laura, is that came from the community. So it's the it's your creativity that will shape some of those opportunities and create the place that you live in. Thank you. Mark. So it's going to be, shall I ask Mark a difficult one? No, Mark. What's really interesting is we've heard from all three so far, from Rebecca, Emily and Laura, is the importance of working together, of not working in silos, because you get a better product, you get a better solution, and the more widespread, that more broader that conversation across multi-partners and different sectors and people, you get a richer product, as we say, solution. It makes it better for what we want, we're here. How does that translate when you're delivering a skills agenda? How do you, and what do you do to have that conversation with those variety of employers, of businesses, of the Mayor's office at the Combined Authority? How do you do that in your field as well to create the best opportunity for our young people?
I think somebody said earlier it's about relationships primarily, and most of us working in this kind of area where what we do has an impact on the quality of people's lives. None of us can do these things in isolation, or if we do, they're not going to be very effective. And it's much better that we talk. So I'm looking at lots and lots of faces today that I've met and had discussions with in other places. And a really good thing that's been coming out of the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor is that it's bringing people together to think about things and think about possible solutions in a way that a much more localized geography might not have done. And so I think that's really exciting. So an example of that is that the 7 colleges which serve the growth corridor have all come together in an alliance which I have the honour to be the chair of, to look at how we plan and deliver skills for the whole of that corridor, rather than one particular project sucking it all in and leaving the other ones without what they need. And so the degree of planning, but it is based on relationships, and it is based on creating mutual trust and delivering what we say we will when we say we'll do it. And I think that's really, really important. I was just reflecting while I was listening to my colleagues here about consultation. It's ever so easy to be too busy to provide an answer to a consultation, but it's your community, it's our community, and it's really important that people's voices are heard. If you don't say anything, it will be the most strident, the loudest voices who are heard the most. And it's really important that the people who have a stake in keeping the green spaces and creating economic opportunity and creating educational opportunity and creating an ever stronger sense of community, that you're heard. And the only way you'll be heard is if you speak up. So if there's an opportunity to contribute, please do. And it's great to see so many people here today. I appreciate that.
It is. So there you go. Mark is saying be bold. So I'm getting a 2-minute, because we could go on and on. So I'm going to, I was going to say, Emily, if you give us one thing that you think we're doing really well from the conversation and one that you haven't heard, and then I'm going to do a quick fire question for everyone. What do you want the conversation to focus on when we break for conversation? So Emily, then look back to Rebecca, and then we'll go back and finish on your conversation. But go for one good, one what you've not heard.
frankly, it's hard to just pick one thing that's going well. I think there's so many things that are going well here. And one of the things that I think is great is that you've got the Citizens Hub who's bringing people together in such an amazing way. And I wish that every community had that across the country. So that's amazing. I would say the other thing too is it's really important that that coordination is done well, and it's not just off the side of somebody's desk. Because we all talk about how much we want to collaborate and we want to build relationships, but if it's just left to good intention and it's not resourced properly, in some places they're actually resourcing teams of people to do that coordination work, that's essential. The one other thing I'd say is learning from other places, both across the UK but internationally. Now we've got access to so much information and inspiration. How can we constantly keep learning, not just within our collaboration, but outside as well?
Excellent, thank you. Right, Rebecca, your quick fire, what you'd like the conversation to be talking about when we break.
I wanted to actually bring a real tangible project to the table that it'd be really good to get everyone's thoughts on. So, an example of some of the partnership and join-upness we've been talking about today, we've got a new construction skills hub coming to the east of St Neots, which is going to be just on the second phase of Lost Farm over the road from Wintringham. This has been in some ways tortuous at different times, but actually really positive. It's got combined authority funding, it's got the district council funding, it's got land from Urban and Civic, it's got Cambridge Regional College and Eastern Education Group from West Suffolk at the table. Critically, it's also got a Citizens Hub and Inspire to Ignite involved, and Constructive Pathways, who we do a lot of work with around working with our supply chain as to what they need. They need site-ready people tomorrow, because construction industry is a real shortage of talent and young people at the moment, but also we're going to start to be planning out what the next 1 year, 5 year, 10 years is for St Neots East development, for Universal Studios, for Tempsford. We've got MK College and others involved in that. But this isn't, apologies to Mark, it isn't all about apprenticeships and it isn't all about colleges, because for some people that's not the right approach, or it might be part of a mix, but actually they need a half-day course, a boot camp. They need to understand what the opportunities are and see how they can fit into it. So we started to do some work on what those pathways are, what those talent hubs are, how you can get the courses that you need in the right way, how we can get the right people to the table, whether you're midlife wanting to change, whether you haven't been in work for a long time, whether you just want to try some of these things on and see if they fit or not. There are so many opportunities coming forward. I think it'd be really good to explore what are we missing in unlocking the talent that we know is here, particularly for our young people, but also for veterans. This is a huge area for military leavers, for armed forces. There are lots of people who we think could be part of giving us the talent that we need to unlock some of this growth. It's also ecology surveys, there's landscape stuff in there as well. It isn't all about engineers and bricklayers. But I would really like some thoughts and ideas as to how we can make sure the opportunities that people want are connected to the growth that's coming forward and to make those pathways happen.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Mark, 30 seconds. What do you want the conversation? What would you like to see emerging from the conversation?
I would like people to think about, if they had a magic wand, what would they do with it? And then feed that in to all the various consultations and stakeholders. And in terms of career aspirations and ideas about what your future could look like, you're never too old, right? You're never too old. We talk about young people in NEETs, but for instance, at CRC, we have twice as many adult students as we do young people. So it's never too late to make a dream happen, and go ask. And let's have the conversation about how you find the information.
There we go. Magic wands and dreams. That's one to think about. 30 seconds, Laura.
Sorry.
Thanks, Michelle. So, really great that you're all here and have given your time to being here today. I'm looking at all of your faces. I've got no idea what all of you actually think. So I would love to just start that conversation about what are your hopes and fears for what being part of the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor and what East West Rail will bring to the area. Come and have a chat with me. Don't ask me too much about engineering. I'm not an engineer. But anything to do with that kind of vision about what this could bring to St Neots, I would love to hear.
Thank you. Emily, the last word, 30 seconds. What would you like the conversation?
I was going to say, I would love to hear us all celebrate what is going well. It's so easy to say, we need to do this, we would want that, but what's going on well now that we can really celebrate together?
That is an awesome way to end our panel. So there we go. What is working well? Because sometimes we can think about the things a little bit, like we're always quick to complain but never compliment. So again, just remembering Alex at the beginning, remember to say thank you to all our wonderful volunteers. And talking of thank yous, could I ask that everyone just give a round of applause for a fantastic panel and a really entertaining, and I'm going to say interesting. Don't come and tell me you didn't think it was. Thank you so much, everyone. And Alex, I'm sorry we've overrun a little bit.
You're going to overrun, make a bit about infrastructure, right? Thank you very much. Right, can we give also a massive thank you to Michelle for chairing that so expertly as well. Now, I'm told there's a few people that want to speak to you all, so you can depart around there, follow Malachi, and then some media want to speak to you. And then they're hanging around, so they mean it. And when they say they mean it and they're available for conversation, they wouldn't come to a public square if they didn't. Well, there's nowhere to hide, right? So thank you so much, all of you. Thank you. Bless you. And also, just quick update. So cameras have been around. ITV have just confirmed will be on 6 p.m. on ITV tonight, and we'll be on the BBC Look East as well. So big up to media for covering this and supporting us as well. So you heard the question, what are the hopes and fears for being part of the Oxford-Cambridge Archway? What does that look like for us as a community? Do we have anyone who has a voice that wants to raise a concern or a hope around the future of what we've just heard of on the infrastructure front?
What's on the Oxford? I've literally just got here.
I'll pick on people if not.
I've literally just got here. You're let off there.
Anyone got a voice now on this? If not, we have an extended break. What about food, Sophie? Go on, Sophie. What about food?
Nothing on food right now. I think just from that, it's making sure that the place-based concept isn't just a concept, and it's like actually in practice, and there's kind of real measures that we feel we can trust these organisations and these developments, that place-based considerations and people's experiences and values are actually recognised, and we see them in the infrastructure. We see the belonging in the infrastructure that's not just like a return for the stakeholders, and to feel belonging in infrastructure sustains it, preserves it, and makes it an asset to the community. So yeah.
Nice. I think I've got a lot of time for that. And from a well-being perspective, I'm looking at Sarah. Not that Sarah. You'll hear from her later. That's Sarah. Sarah Stones over there. TEDx speaker Sarah Stones. From a well-being perspective, what do you think about when we talk about infrastructure?
I just think it is so wonderful to see everybody coming together today, but it's making sure that we can maintain this energy, because we know that when we've got community, it adds to the well-being. We know that we need positive emotion, we need connection, we need to be engaged in something meaningful and worthwhile. And actually we also all need humour, and if we can do all of that to the benefit of St Neots, then it's a no-brainer.
Love that. Always rely on Sarah for some wisdom. It's always human as well. Okay, what about, let's collar him, because he's getting collared left, right and centre. Where's the GM of David Lloyd, since you stuck your face on an email? Where are you? David Lloyd, there he is. Right, give that man a mic, look. Right, so this is a gentleman, so everyone's very excited about David Lloyd's coming to town, and they're arriving. And then I saw an email that went out and said, by the way, I'm coming to the big listen. I'm there 10 till 4. I said, mate, you're going to get mobbed. Be careful. Well, you're new to the town. Welcome to the town. David Lloyd, do you want to introduce yourself, and what are you excited about with the infrastructure that's being built around you?
Yeah, hi guys. So, my name's Matt. I'm the general manager of the new club that we're building over in the Wintringham estate. The biggest thing that I'm really looking forward to is this whole community element, right? What we do at our clubs, obviously, is bring communities together. It's not just a gym. It's more than a gym. There's everything there. There's spa, paddle, indoor, outdoor, pools. We have literally everything for everybody. So I think this kind of community event really should showcase what we do, but also come and listen to find out what you guys all want locally. We're also just about to advertise all of our job opportunities. So we're bringing the opportunities of around about 110 different careers to the area. On the 15th of June, all of those job adverts will go live, and it's really important that we kind of get the best of the best from the area coming and working for us. And it's entry level, right? So it doesn't matter if you've not worked in the industry before, you want to try it out, you want to come and find out what it's all about. So yeah, we're really proud to be here as part of the St Neots community, and thank you all for welcoming us along.
Well done, mate. Well done. Thank you. 110 jobs. That's what we want, right? Citizen Hub around the corner. Make sure you put your head in.
Yeah, already done that.
Okay, brilliant. Look, I think unless anyone else has got a burning point, we're going to take a 20-minute break now, which I think everyone needs. So we're going to be stopping for lunch, everyone, at 2 o'clock, right? So the plan is we stop all conversations for about an hour or so, and we want to see this full for lunch. That means all the marquees come out, everyone stops. That's all about celebrating volunteers. Go on. I'll do that now. Yeah, I'll do it now. So also you'll notice there's some plants on the tables. Now, these are all to be purchased today. So Rosie, give us a wave. This is Rosie and her mum's business, a new business in town, and they've got these lovely plants all along there. So you can absolutely scan it, buy it, and take it away today. They start at £3.50 as well, so they're a proper bargain. If not, I'm going to have to buy them all, right? So help me out here. Thank you very much. Right, enjoy your break for 20 minutes. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for the next one. Much love. Okay. You don't know which one I got. There you go. Look. Welcome back, everyone. Had a little bit break. Nice little break. Right, do you want to take anyone around? Do you want to take a seat? We're going to kick off with the next part of the agenda in a moment. And if I haven't plugged it already, can I have one of those QR codes? I don't need to show you, do I? Please, if you're watching online, actually, and if you're watching this back, thebiglistenevent.com, there is a link on there. 3 simple questions. What do you love about St Neots? What do you want to see improved? And what do you wish for the future? So these 3 questions, answer them. They'll appear on our map, and we can then put action to them later. So here we are listening. Let's make sure we actually capture some of that beyond what's being recorded on the mic. Okay. Now this is a panel I'm very excited about because it's led by someone I'm very passionate about supporting, and it's supported by all the great people around the conversation around well-being and mental health. So I'm going to introduce one of them, and I'll let Grace do the rest. So introducing Grace Marsh, Managing Director, Citizen Hub. Over to you. Go on, Grace.
Sorry, I was chatting. Hi. Okay, so here's my lovely panel. We have Chloe Humphrey from CPSL Mind, we have Sarah Hughes from Mind UK, and we have Samantha Ward from the Royal Voluntary Service. I wasn't prepared, sorry. Okay, so we are here to talk about community wellbeing. If you don't know, at the beginning of the year, Citizen Hub and CPSL Mind did a podcast called Side by Side. So this panel is called Side by Side for that reason. My name's Grace. I'm the Managing Director of the Citizen Hub St Neots and also co-founder of Courtyard 58. You've got a mic. Do you want to introduce yourself, Chloe?
I will. Hi everybody, my name's Chloe Humphrey. I'm Head of Service Delivery at Cambridgeshire, Peterborough and South Lincolnshire Mind. So we are your local Mind.
Hello everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. I sound like Kat Slater from EastEnders on a microphone. Anyway, lovely to see everyone. I am Sarah and I'm from National Mind, and we work across England and Wales. And I'm also a St Neots resident, a very proud St Neots resident.
Thank you. I'm Sam Ward and I'm Deputy Chief Exec at Royal Voluntary Service. I look after all of our service delivery across England, Scotland and Wales, and I'm a very grateful visitor to St Neots today.
So we're very lucky to have our gorgeous panel here. One question that it would be really nice if the table can think about during this panel and afterwards have a bit of reflection time is what makes a town genuinely well and what is St Neots doing or not doing that matters. So we've obviously got a couple of locals and we've got a national kind of perspective from this. So I think keep it broad, keep it positive. What can we do as a community that's going to help well-being in our towns? So one thing that we can start with is when people are talking about well-being, what do they usually miss? From your perspective, from signals that you've heard, I'll let you lead. I don't know if anyone wants to go first necessarily.
I mean, I think when people think about well-being, they always think it's like the soft stuff, right? That it's, you know, walking or getting your nails done or all of those things. But that soft stuff is really incredibly important. It's what keeps our mental and physical health well. And I think we underestimate the notion of, you know, taking responsibility for both our mental and physical health. And part of what is always missing is that both individual and community responsibility. We're in it together.
And what do you mean by community responsibility specifically? Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I really, and it actually is being displayed right now in this market square, which is we have become a kind of society that thinks about people as just individuals. So we think about ourselves, we think about what we need, we might think about our families, but often it doesn't go further than that. However, mental health is made in communities. mental health and well-being is made in communities. And I came from a really close-knit community in North London, and we felt really strongly about those family relationships and those, neighbourly relationships. And effectively, when we think about our children and young people, it takes a village, right? So we ask our communities to step up and take part in that, and this is what this is.
And just to add, I completely agree with what Sarah's saying. And even thinking about conversations that I've had today, excuse me, my hair is over my face. I've been talking to some amazing people today, and just thinking about what well-being means for them. And, I've had a conversation, for example, about actually there's something missing. What can I do? And someone saying, well, I've got the skills, I've got the knowledge, and I've got the passion. I'm going to set this up for my community, and then watching things grow from there. There doesn't have to be, someone putting something on for everybody. It's, what are my passions? What can I do with that? And just seeing things organically grow, it's amazing to be part of and to see.
Community spirit is definitely contagious. And I like what you were saying, Sarah, about the kind of like the community, the belonging piece. I don't know, Sam, if you want to touch on that community belonging. What does that mean in a national way, a local way?
I think in a local way, if we start with the individual, it's about we all to have a happy and healthy life and build our own resilience for our own selves and our communities. You think about having something to do, a sense of purpose. You need somewhere safe and somewhere that you can call home, and you also need something or someone to love. And I think for volunteering, for me, it's given me definitely 2 out of 3 throughout my whole sort of life course. And I don't think we should shy away from volunteering as pushing what's in it for you to come and volunteer with us, because we're also quite often we're desperate for volunteers in our sectors, aren't we? And it's always come and help us, we need you to help us, but it isn't just about that. I've found for myself that all the different volunteering roles I've done over the years, I always get 10 times back what I put in. And that could be soft skills, it could be lifelong friendships, it could be feeling a real sense of connection to my place and space. And it could be even I've picked up skills for employment as well through that. So those are the kind of things for me that sort of connect me, but that kind of golden thread for me is volunteering. But then I guess I would say that I work for Royal Voluntary Service.
So on that kind of theme, I guess this question's for the both of you as like local people. You see St Neots, you know St Neots, and you know the local area. Is there specific things you think are missing that as a community we can plug the gaps on in terms of well-being, in terms of volunteering, in terms of the community and belonging piece?
You go first.
I think it's just knowing what the opportunities are. And knowing what we can do. We all have different talents, different skills, and I think sometimes you don't know how to use that. Where could I use that? For example, I myself started as a volunteer back when we had a St Neots office for our local mind. I had no expectations really of where that would go. I absolutely didn't see myself then building my confidence, my skills to be able to then work for the organisation. That was a huge step for me, and I got so much back from doing that, and I absolutely didn't see myself sort of still here 16 years later in different roles, and again sort of like moving along, gaining different skills and experiences, meeting the absolutely inspirational people that I've been so lucky to meet along the way. So I have huge respect for volunteers, and I think in terms of the gaps, sometimes we don't know. I think it's about looking inside and having these conversations about what it is that you want to pursue, what you could do with something that you might not realise is such a talent.
And I guess a follow-up question from that really quickly before Sarah, you answer the same question. If you could speak to yourself 16 years ago, knowing now the the progress that you've made and the development from being a volunteer to now working for the organisation, is there one piece of advice that you would give to a young person in a similar situation considering volunteering? What would you say to that person?
I would say, looking back at that time, don't be scared. I think the hardest thing to do is to make that first step, not knowing where that's going to take you. I think there can be a lot of self-doubt as well. And it's doing whatever makes it easier for you. So if it's doing it with a friend, for example, getting as much information as you can before going. I mean, yeah, looking back, I would say, who knows where that will take you. So trust in that process and take the first step.
Nice. And then Sarah, local gap, St Neots.
And don't I remember that time when you came in as a volunteer, Chloe? So look, I think this is a really important question, and I'm looking at my mum who's sitting right in front of me, and I started informally volunteering with her when I was probably about 5 years old. So she was a home help, and you know, we'd go into her clients' houses, and I'd be trying to help, probably being a bit of a nuisance. But that established in my mind quite early doors. I came from a community-orientated family. So my mum and then my dad, you know, also very much as part of kind of community conveners. So it's sort of been inbred in me that this idea of you give to get back. And I think it's really hard to describe the feeling of contributing to something beyond yourself. It's not entirely altruistic, right? It's not, you know, because you do get something huge back, and I think that's always important. And I think that volunteering for young people is life-changing. And I got my first volunteering job when I was 15, you know, formally supporting people with special needs, and it just kind of set me on the path, very much like you, Chloe. It's led to you know, a 40-year career that I'm really, really proud of. So you can't underestimate the access that volunteering can bring, not just in terms of on the ground, but being trustees of charities, and all of those sorts of things are massively important. And then just coming back to the gap in St Neots, because this is critically important. And again, my mum gave me a word before I came on stage, just saying, you're never too old to be told what to say by your mum. She said to me, now make sure you say that we need more stuff for our young people. And I know we say it a lot, right? But it really is critical. Since 2010, and I'm going to get a little bit political, so brace yourselves. We have seen in the region of 80% reduction in funding for youth services. So youth clubs, youth centres, all of these things, 80% reduction in youth provision. Now, when you then come to me and say, why is children and young people's mental health compromised? Excuse me? We have an answer wrapped up right there and then, right? Because youth provision allows for volunteering, it encourages community, it encourages belonging. And when we think about all of the issues that are problematic for children and young people, those are the factors. Children and young people are online because they have not got a compelling enough reason to be offline. And it really is that simple. So when we have the Citizens Hub, which is mounting a revolution locally for our young people, we must all kind of galvanise and support it, because it's one of the only things that we have.
I'd like to, I mean, thank you. I mean, the knowledge about the history and to know why we're in the situation we're in, I think is really important to recognise and understand. But I love the Citizen Hub, as you probably know. But I know that I know that it's not the be-all and end-all, and we need more around. So what can we not do that might be really valuable to have? What other gaps can we fill that the Citizen Hub might not be able to bridge, I guess, is my question.
Well, I don't know from a local perspective, because obviously I'm the one here that's not local. But I think, you know, sort of going slightly, rewinding back on the question of, you know, what would you want to hold on to or think about from when you were starting the journey, for me is to keep your naivety. Throughout my whole career, whether it's been volunteering or it's been paid within charities, we've always kind of run towards the problem, and it's like, don't be scared. We'll always find a way through, and we always have. And I think about the power of volunteering and what communities like yours can do together. It's, you know, the opportunities and the impact you can make is, well, it's never ending. I just think about some of the big things in my career and think about volunteer responders, for example. 750,000 people in England stepped forward to help their communities during the pandemic, and particularly those that were poorly and shielding and at home and had nobody else. You know, we talk a lot about the bad things that are going on in our communities all across the UK. Are we really broken? I don't think we are. You know, you look around today and you see your community out in force, engaged, talking, thinking about what next, completely on the front foot. And somebody asked me earlier for a couple of words, and I'd only been here about half an hour at that point, and I picked up on heart and I picked up on warmth. And that's what I got the minute that I arrived here. So I think you've got something incredibly special. And yes, there'll be gaps, Grace, but they'll just present themselves. But for me, it's like, keep on the front foot and keep that naivety. When people say no, don't accept it.
So I guess a follow-up question for all three of you would be, we might be on the front foot. How do we not lose momentum?
I mean, for me, it's exactly this. It's, you know, what's going on today, and making sure that we don't lose that. You know, we are a community. It's our responsibility, you know, to push some of that forward. And, you know, this is the first event of, you know, what is going to be, I'm sure, a fantastic next few years. But what we can't do is lose the voice. You know, what is a gap for me isn't going to be a gap for someone else. And it's making sure that those voices are continuously heard, not just for this event today. You know, I'm talking as a local mental health organisation. We don't know what people need. It's our responsibility to go out to the people and find out what's important to you, what's important to your community, and then build from there.
I couldn't agree more, and I think this event is extraordinary. I think the Citizens Hub convening of these spaces is incredibly important, because I think you are saying, you know, we're not the answer, the community is the answer. And I think in order to kind of keep momentum, it is about bringing all sorts of people together. You know, I love the fact that we were going over to the restaurant. I love the fact that there are so many local businesses here, because it's not the role of institutions to make this happen. And in fact, when we rely on institutions to make it happen, it often goes horribly wrong. And I think we need to future-proof where we're going, and how we do that is by really making sure it's from the ground up, not the top down, and that's what we're seeing here. And just to kind of reinforce your point, this is children, young people. This is not a hopeless generation. Again, two teenagers in front there, my daughter Billy and her best friend Kasha. Sorry, I'm going to call you out. Two 16-year-olds in the middle of their GCSEs. They are absolutely not a hopeless generation. They have a desire and a passion to engage, take responsibility, be part of something. And it's that narrative that is toxic to their mental health. And we must absolutely move that aside, see them as assets, and all of us need to be opening our doors, giving them opportunities. And honestly, it's quite an extraordinary thing when you do. Hope is not a kind of hopeless narrative. It is a proper intervention.
A little cheer on that one. So before this, I was on a conversation in the hub about the social contract and intergenerational connection. And I think you've touched really nicely on young people and children's mental health. So going back to kind of like well-being, mental health perspective, what can the generations do to support one another in a way that we're not currently doing well enough? So for context, we kind of came to the conclusion that the one thing that is really important for one generation to speak to the next is the understanding that everyone's experience is different. My friend Sophie said, she's got a quote that's amazing, I'm going to absolutely butcher it. It's something around everyone's experience makes them an expert in their own life. And how do we keep that going? How do we create more intergenerational spaces, intergenerational conversations, the understanding between young and old, or whatever that looks like? How do we perpetuate that and make sure that that's a staple for the community?
I'm just going to make a shameless plug at the moment for our Good Mood Cafe that happens in St Neots once a week. And I think one of the crucial things is this is a weekly wellbeing space. There's no age bracket. I think that's what we see too often. You can access this group or this service, but you have to be between this age and this age. And that's where some of the learning is lost. You know, as a young person, what you can learn from, I mean, I'm in my 40s, I wouldn't say I'm old, but I'll just say as an older person, that can get lost along the way. And yeah, I think that's crucial to have those spaces.
You're looking at me.
Go on.
I think our experience has been that in our community services, the ones that are often the most impactful or the most joyous are the intergenerational ones. There's a different energy when you visit those kind of services and spaces. There's a real buzz, and I think sometimes I guess we've fallen into trap previously when we think young volunteers are just going to come and help practically with something, and it's the older generation that are going to teach them. And it's quite so often either balanced or it's the other way around. I mean, for example, I am in my 50s, I hate to say. I know. My daughter and her partner are in their early 20s. I'm constant. It's like having tech on site. It's like the computer won't work. Last night, it was like, I've got no connectivity, and they're running up and down the stairs fixing things. They know far more about all that kind of tech and early stuff that I'm ever going to learn or perhaps want to now. But there's a lot of experience that I can give, and I've given to her friends that perhaps don't have family. We've done some respite fostering in the past and things like that, where it's how do you deal with your bank accounts? How do you do the mortgage bit? How do you do? So there's lots of that kind of sharing and swapping of skills and support. I think loneliness has sort of gone a bit out of fashion. You know, there was a lot of focus on loneliness and isolation a few years back. It's huge and it's growing, and I think the intergenerational opportunities that we can provide make huge inroads into that, for sure.
Look, and we already see it, don't we? We see it in families all the time. Grandparents looking after their grandchildren, multi-generational families from all sorts of parts of the world. And it brings about a level of insight in the whole family in a way that nothing else can. And frankly, difference is beauty, right? So if you can hold in mind that your difference to another person is something that can just harness curiosity and growth and development, that kind of changes your whole world perspective. But I would also say that I do think we make a bit of this up, right? I think this is a bit of a narrative we tell each other or ourselves that, older people and younger people don't get on, they're far apart. Actually, when they're with each other, they have a huge amount to say and add. And I think it's not about them, it's about the spaces in which they can exist together. So, churches or community groups, this, again, that's essentially what we need to be doing. It's not for the want of trying or a desire to, it's about the spaces to do that. And I think we should stop saying there's a generational issue or big differences or it's a tension. It isn't a tension, it's an opportunity.
What is one thing that makes a space great? Coming from there, if you could say, it's a rough question, sorry. If there was one thing that was really important about that third space that you've just described, what would it be?
Well, I'll just start right away because it's something that Alex and you actually, Grace, spoke about when I brought my whole team, leadership team to the Citizens Hub to speak to the team and understand that kind of sense of community commitment. And one of the things that Alex and you said, Grace, was what's really important is welcome. So when you say heart and warmth, that is a conscious effort. That is a conscious plan that you and your team have created. And I don't think you can underestimate that, because all of our assessments about whether this is a safe place, whether this is a place that you can thrive in, happens within the first few minutes. So if that welcome isn't there and that sense of acceptance isn't there, then you're going to feel it immediately. And I think the majority of people that go into the Citizens Hub would agree that the welcome is probably one of the most important things.
Well, I think you've said it, Sarah. I don't think I really need to add much more. I think it is the openness, and, you know, it's a choice. It's a choice, isn't it, that we all make, whether we're going to be open to that next conversation, the next person coming through the door, the person sat next to you at the moment. I don't know if everyone is chatting to people they don't know, but it's a conscious choice that we all make. And I think if we all went away and just did that today, we'd be another step forward.
Yeah, I mean, following the same as you've both said, having that place of safety, warmth, non-judgment is so important. And we can do that anywhere. I mean, for example, if I go to the hairdressers, being greeted with a smile, a chat, you know, you can't underestimate how that makes you feel. And we can all do that. We can all do that everywhere. I used to work in retail, and that was, you know, one of the most important things. It's, you know, have a conversation.
It just made me think of something, actually, when you just touched on retail. I work with a lot of volunteers that are working in cafes, in hospitals, and more important than anything that we sell there or do are the volunteers that are on those services that have got the time to sit down with somebody that's just got bad news, not feeling very well, don't know what to do next. And it is that openness, the smile, come and sit down. A little bit of tea and compassion can go a long way.
So I guess welcoming, number one, psychological safety is always my number one in the Citizen Hub. So it's basically what the three of you have just said. And when people are able to walk in and they get greeted, that's what they get, because that's our number one priority. However, lots of people will walk past for weeks and weeks and weeks because they're scared to come in. It's not the most conspicuous door. It's quite grand, and it's a big deal to come in if you've never been in for the first time. And that's, I guess this is me asking for advice from the three of you. If there was someone, a citizen, someone local, maybe our neighbour, they're curious, they know that we do good stuff, they want to come in, we know that we're going to give them the warmest welcome that we possibly can the second they step through the door. How do they step through the door? If they're struggling with their mental health, if they're struggling with anxieties or this, that and the other, whatever that might be, how do we support them making that first step in coming in when they're not known to us yet?
What I would say is that, you know, pacing to and from the door is actually a really important part. You know, that's someone preparing to, as I said earlier, to make that step. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I think in terms of getting people through the door, I mean, you could stand outside, you could pull people in, but just for when someone opens that door, for them to be able to see, as we said, someone smiling, someone welcoming them. So is everything okay there? To bring them in is hugely important.
We have a similar experience sometimes with our community centres, and actually, as long as you get there in the end, the slow burn isn't really anything to worry about. I think it's similar to your comments. The first time they come past, you might just glance at them. They might give you eye contact, they might not. The second time, there might be a smile. The third time, it's a hello. The fourth time, it's an offer. And step by step, that, you know, they make their way inside. And that's great. And then there's the other things like everybody here would now know all the fantastic work that Grace and her team do. And if you know anyone that would benefit from their services, perhaps instead of just saying, you know, a bit of a signpost, and say, have you thought about going there? It's do you fancy going for coffee? And we'll go there, and somebody bring you. I think that's another really positive and easy and kind of unconfrontational way that people can make the first steps into getting to know what you're about and what you can offer.
Well, just a quick one from me. We have this terrible saying in public services that's called hard to reach. Nobody's hard to reach. We're just rubbish at reaching them, right? So that's the key point in that. I think the deal is that it, like Chloe, that walking past is about the process. It's often about kind of developing that courage and confidence. So I think there's some of that. There is some of this outreach that's going on, and this wonderful word of mouth that happens. You know, people are telling each other about the Citizens Hub. They're telling each other about what they can do. But I do wonder whether there is something that we can develop, which is about having a group of people who are like, you know, access buddies. You know, like, I'm struggling to come in. I don't really want to come in on my own. And whether there is a community that can maybe be a partner as you walk in that door, because sometimes it is that step, and just knowing you have someone with you. And I wonder whether that's something that we can do. You know, these are community connectors, people that can make it happen. They signpost, they bring people along, they, you know, they just make things happen for people. And I think that, you know, maybe it's called social prescribing in some places, but I think it's more basic than that. It's about connection and belonging.
That's really interesting. My next question was going to be, if there was one call to action that we could have for the community with St Neots Initiative watching. We've got our team here, we've got our community coming out, and they want to listen and they want to help. What's one thing that we should be ensuring we're asking for, or making sure that we're doing, that we're listening to? How can we help next?
Yeah, it's a big question, isn't it? How can you help next? Wow. Well, I'm certainly thinking from the amount of people that have turned out in the conversations today, you're going to have a very, very, very long list of asks and things that people can see or can't see or want or feel like they need. I would also guess that in and around quite a vibrant community network that you already have, there's a lot of answers and provision already there. They just don't know it's there. So you're going to have a lot, Sarah's put a lot of connections, a lot of connecting up of the dots to do after this event for sure. I think the one thing that I would say, and I was talking to one of your colleagues earlier about it, is it's great to have these conversations, and a lot of the stuff, we all kind of know this, don't we, already? We're kind of stating the obvious, but it's not about the big ideas, it's about the commitments, and it's always about the so what. So I would be asking everyone to make a personal commitment, and for organisations and groups to make collective commitment about what are the next tangible actions that are going to be taken to keep that momentum and to keep, as you say, keep plugging gaps.
Chloe?
Yeah, I think you can never underestimate the power of word of mouth. It's that you find out something, you tell a friend, they tell a friend, and you see how far it stretches. One thing I would say, you know, as a resident of St Neots, something that I love, and I don't always love Facebook. It's not always good, but in terms of that community connection. Just an example, you know, someone reached out, they were struggling with their well-being, and in minutes, hundreds of ideas flooded that page from people in the community. There is so much about, not everybody can know everything, but I know, you know, for me, for example, I'm constantly talking about colleagues within the VCSE sector. We do have some really amazing things, but it's like you say, not everybody can know about everything. So it's those conversations. It's, you know, tell a friend, they'll tell a friend, and they'll tell a friend, and keep it going.
I don't know what I have to add to that, because I mean, in many respects, there's so many levels. There's the stuff that, you know, we have to take forward from a policy perspective. So what can I do locally? What can I do nationally? I sit on the Integrated Care Board, which is responsible for health funding across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. You know, what can we do to facilitate and convene and invest in communities that effectively that's what the government want. They want us to be more community focused and less reliant on institutions, and there might be some politics about that, but actually when you think about it, that is about well-being, and this is about us taking back control of our lives. So I guess there's the policy stuff, there is the local national stuff which we definitely can take on in terms of creating the spirit of community, but I guess there is something very individual about this too, and so your plea about individual commitments is I think a good one, but I also think that we have to face the truth of it, that there is going to be no, you know, knight on a horse that's going to come in and save us. We're going to have to do this. We're going to have to put in the effort, and if we want our children and young people to thrive, well then we've got to take charge, and I hope that we do, and we invest and we believe in them.
I guess that, like, everything that the three of you have just said just perpetuates the reason that we're doing this today, that there is the table on the square, that there will be tables around town with St Neots Initiative, and the listening campaign that's going to be happening over the next 12 months, the Big Listen. It's about hearing signals and responding to signals and creating a cache of all the information to then go crazy and deploy all of those individual commitments and make sure that people stick to their words and their pledges, and hear the call to action and get passionate about what we're doing and feel like we can do something. Because I think that's a really key part of what we're trying to promote today, is that, yes, as individuals it might feel a bit futile sometimes, but if you look at everyone that's turned out, if everyone here today was on the same path and had the same passions, then there is no way that we can fail. Do you have...
Well, I think that's a great point, because actually it only takes one person. I do have to kind of note Alex Hughes here. He's one person, but he's created a movement, and, you know, he now doesn't have to take that kind of total responsibility because he's built a collective, and I think that speaks volumes to what can be done, and we shouldn't ignore the power of one person putting their head above the parapet and taking risks. That's how things happen.
And I mean, yeah, like you say, Alex is just powerhouse and is the reason that everyone from St Neots Initiative has been stressed about this event for the past 3 months.
Know. I'm part of the WhatsApp group.
Oh, sorry. But it's reassuring to remember that, yes, St Neots is a decent-sized town in Cambridgeshire, but we're only little in the grand scheme of things, and we've got people here that want to do things, and we want to have an impact, and we've got amazing speakers, and we've got people on our side, and you can't forget that there's so much passion and there's so much commitment already here. How do we keep the momentum going? How do we make sure that as individuals we're all doing our part and we're all doing our piece and making sure that keeping each other accountable, making sure we're still listening to the community and not just speaking on our own experiences, I think is really key for that as well. So thank you, guys. I have one question that might lighten it. I know we've got lunch at 2, but we've got 10 minutes, and I want to speak about how do you look after your well-being? Is there one thing that is a non-negotiable in your life to make sure that you have time for yourself, you look after your well-being, that brings you joy?
So, we were talking a little bit about this earlier, and with 3 kids, that's quite difficult sometimes to find those moments. You know, one of the things that we focused on this year for Mental Health Awareness Week was moments of joy, and I think that's the thing for me. Sometimes it's not regularly doing the same thing that's going to help my well-being. It's finding those moments of joy for me. So, for example, tomorrow, that's going to be some time for myself to go and get my nails done. My kids choose my nail colour. I go and get that done, but it's time away, and I'll definitely come and have a coffee as well as part of that. But sometimes I might need a bit more. I might need to take 2 hours to go and have a walk, or Yeah, just different things, different weeks. I think for me, there's no one set thing. Not everybody will have that set thing, but just moments.
Get your nails done.
Yeah.
Non-negotiables. So, I am in a more privileged position in that my daughter is an adult, so I don't have the pressures anymore that you've got. A non-negotiable for me and just my own kind of mental health and well-being is I get up really early and I have at least 30 minutes, an hour if I can manage it, with quiet time on my own. If I can get my face outside and in the sun, even better, although it doesn't happen much. I live near Manchester. But it's that quiet time. And part of that non-negotiable is absolutely no phone, no social media, no looking at emails, none of that for that first part of the morning. And that kind of just puts my head on straight and puts me on the right path for the day.
Okay, I could say something like, you know, I love walking my dogs and doing all that. I've got lots of pets, right, and lots of plants, and I could talk about all of that, and you know, doing all the exercise.
I want the real answer.
I want the real answer. So that's what I'm going to tell you, which is I just like lying about. I like lying about on my bed, I like reading, and I like lying about with my kids and my family, and that's basically it. And honestly, after a very busy week, I want to get into my comfies and I want to lie down and I want to be left alone, and that's basically it. So yes, I do occasionally walk the dog and I do occasionally do a bit of Pilates, but frankly I do a lot more lying about.
I think that's mine, number one. Alex, I want yours. I want your input. We've said that you've been a really big part of this. Well, have you got a mic? Yeah?
What do you want?
What's the one thing that you do for yourself to look after your well-being?
Not lying about enough, probably.
I don't lie about. My brain doesn't let me lie about. I don't understand it.
I know.
I love to create moments like my 3-year-old's over there. Henry's over there. Look, Henry. Like just being with him, my family, just try and create more space for just being present. Like whatever I'm doing, whether I'm hanging out with you guys or with Henry, or as long as I feel like I'm present in a moment, then I feel like I'm looking after this thing, which I still haven't figured out yet. But you know. Yeah, is that a good answer? I don't know. I don't know. I think what I love about what Sarah said was it's totally unique to each of us. Like, I like to be active and my brain doing stuff and doing this sort of thing. But when I'm not doing this, I'm doing nothing. My phone's off. I've actually got a Nokia 3310. I've got a Jomo phone. Joy of missing out. Right? I think just whatever works for you, man. That's what I say.
I also want to ask Debs the same question. Can you give her a mic? So Debs is our well-being.
But you're right. We'll just do this for the next 10 minutes.
Well-being. 10 minutes? You said 2. 5 then. Okay. Debs is our wellbeing coordinator and general mum of the Citizen Hub. Or
grandma.
Or grandma, depends who you ask. And what do you do to look after your well-being? And I want the real answer, not the social good, I'm good person one.
People. I need to be around my people where I can feel safe and be myself. And if I don't want to do peopling, which I do most of the time and love it, but also realise I quite like my own company. So my own company and a book, or give me a furry animal, and life is good. Failing that, there's Prosecco.
And another question that I have for you, Debs, is one thing that you've learned over the past... One thing. I asked you this. So it was Deb's birthday the other day, and we asked her one thing, a peek, a pit, and a lesson over the past year for her birthday, which she absolutely hated.
I did.
One lesson that you've learned from being a volunteer, from giving back, from looking after yourself, from doing all the things that we've just spoken about for the past 40 minutes. One lesson. If you had one piece of advice, what would it be?
Well, the same thing. By looking after myself, I'm able to look after other people better. When I look after other people, it raises everything in me. So I've been able to raise the bar for myself, help other people step up to themselves. There's no bigger gift for me than seeing other people thrive, feeling that I'm blossoming at the same time.
It's gorgeous. We love it. We love it.
Why don't we ask our MP what he does for his well-being? That'd be interesting.
Where is he?
I'll go find him.
Go find
Ian,
I'll find
Mr. Solemn, you got a question from the stage for you. Repeat the question for him.
Ian, what do you do? One thing that you do to look after your personal well-being?
I take almost every Sunday off and spend it with my family, the whole day with my family. I don't look at my email that day. I don't look at my calendar. I just focus on my family life on a Sunday, and that is pretty sacrosanct apart from Remembrance Sunday.
I guess that's allowed.
That's allowed. You've always got to have an exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, I feel like general gist is be around your people, love people. Mine is eating food, and I think it might be lunch.
So are you gonna? Do you stay there? Let's just. So, round of applause for these wonderful humans. That was a good jump, was it? So, keep on. So, stay here for a second. I've got a couple of questions. So, first question, which I wrote down earlier. First question is, can you raise your hands if at any point in your life throughout the year you volunteer? Keep your hands raised. Look around. Doing all right. It's doing all right. We've got all right people around. Now, hands down. Second question I have is, can you raise your hand if someone or a group of people in this town have ever helped you in a situation with your well-being?
The Citizens Hub.
Oh, that's lovely. Do you want... Okay, well, the second question, the part two of that question was keep your hand up if you are happy to share that story. Okay, you've got the mic. Go for it.
So,
I didn't plan that.
Hi everyone, my name is Kira. I moved to St Neots 3 years ago, and I had a job. I lost it, sadly. I got let go, and I walked into the Citizens Hub and I actually met Grace. And straight away, she came up to me, said, "How can I help?" I said, "I'm really down, I've just lost my job, can you help me?" And she helped me straight away. Ever since then, I've been to networking events, I've met some other people in the Citizens Hub, and I actually now work just above the Citizens Hub. So it is an amazing organisation. Everyone in there is so friendly. If you ever need help with anything, I feel, you can always pop in there. It's a great place to be, and I'm so grateful it's in St Neots.
Well, thank you for sharing, and thank you very much for sharing that. It's thank you for sharing that. That's lovely, beautiful. I love that. Okay, apparently there's a lady with the blue hair that wanted to share. So I got a tap on my shoulder.
She's lovely. I've met her before.
Oh, look out. Hi everyone, I'm Lynette. Very small or tiny business in St Neots, a little tiny marketing and personal brand for small businesses. I've hired from the CPCA internship scheme. I've got 2 people that work with me and for me. I also have a son who lives with a very rare and severe muscle wasting condition called Duchenne. So he's Samson. We used to do Strong for Samson. I've been involved with Alex and everything in Inspire to Ignite for the past, 4 or 5 years. The well-being stuff for me is every single day, probably, every single week, every single month. So I'm involved with the Wednesday business leaders networking, which isn't really networking, it's more like just fun, which is an incredible community where you get to meet people who are
Lynette, answer the question.
What are we saying? Oh yeah, so sorry. Every single month I bring Samson into the Citizen Hub and he speaks to Debs, and we saw her today when we came down. Debs!
She's here.
There
She's here.
She's there. Debs, you will never know what that means to Samson when you come and cuddle him and you want to pretty much adopt him. Like, this is just massive for us. He feels part of something. He feels safe. He feels supported. Leo's the same, my 16-year-old who, both of them aren't in school. They feel cared for, they feel loved and part of a community. And sorry. Sorry, everybody. Thank you, I'm done. Bye.
Okay, One more story that ideally is not Citizen Hub related. So, Luke, yeah?
Thanks very much. Yeah, actually, there's two people really. First of all, when I formed Fermented Talk 6.5 years ago, didn't know what I really wanted to do as a group, and if it weren't for Alex at that time to introduce me to being a community interest company, I don't know where I've been. So first of all, thanks very much to Alex. The second time was I went on a walk and talk in St Neots and met a gentleman who you may have heard called Steve Whitney, and from that conversation, we talk about it being an acorn, because from that acorn we've all grown different men's mental health organisations. You know, the Walk and Talk is established, my Fermented Talk in St Neots is established, the Man Cave is established. So what we've done is together is cleverly made a tree of different avenues for men to be able to talk about their men's mental health, and that's changed my life. So that's St Neots in general, I believe, as well. So yeah, that's my story.
Beautiful, love that. Okay, one more. So specifically the question, when has this town shown up for you as an individual? Yeah, go on. Yeah, can you pass the mic to Luke? Go on.
So, okay, this is one hell of a story. So, a couple years ago, keep in mind, this is me when I was 16 years old. I didn't really have much to do, you know. I just kind of got used to being at home all the time during COVID. And I was kind of quiet, just kind of like, just in my own little bubble. And then Inspire to Ignite came around to my school, and they asked, hey, do you want to do an ice cream project? It's like a one-day business. And I said, yeah, I'll give it a go. So we spent like, I want to say 6 weeks planning it, where I got to meet so many people like Alex, and the whole day was just brilliant. I spent the whole day just wearing an ice cream suit, selling people ice cream, having a good time. And I've been working with Inspire to Ignite ever since, and now I'm a filmmaker working on so many projects that if I told you them, I'd be here all day.
Go on, Luke. Right, brilliant, brilliant. Right, now, we're going to wrap up. Now, do you guys want to say anything else, or are you done? You've done your bit, yeah? You done yet? You mic dropped it. That was a mic drop. That was a mic drop. Big up, Luke, man. Was it CLG Filming? What's the... CLG Films, follow him on Instagram. He's already launched one film. He's got another film to come. We're all very proud of you. We, as a town, have a wonderful opportunity every day, regardless of what event's happening or what organisation's involved, to simply do that. Show up for each other. You know, I asked a question about volunteering, and I asked a question about people showing up for each other. That doesn't need to have a name. Sometimes the word volunteering gets in the way a little bit. That's just being a good person and looking after each other. And I think if we see more of that, regardless of what scheme, project, initiative, ultimately, that's what we want to see, right? That's what society is all about. Now, the next bit of today is my favourite bit. We're very excited about it. It's the big lunch, okay? So we're going to have a break now for, what time is it? 10 to 2. We're going to get back here for about 20 past 2. So you've got 30 minutes now. Restaurants around the town have all got a meal deal on or something going on. So please use independent restaurants around the town. They've got something for you to come and buy. If you can't afford a meal, then please go to the Citizen Hub and speak to one of the staff there, and we'll sort something out for you. We're good. But please, what we're asking is 20 past 2. We want to see this table full, and we're going to stop for an hour just to be together. We're going to eat, and we're going to celebrate volunteering and our community and all the brilliant people that are behind all of that. We'll have some stories that will be shared here from Sam, and Matt will come back later. But the most important thing is we sit, we stop, and we eat together, and we be together for an hour. That's all we're asking. So we'll see you at 20 past 2. Can I have one more massive round of applause for these incredible powerhouse people we have on the stage. Enjoy roaming town, get lost, but make sure you're back at 20 past 2. Thanks, bye. Everyone, 10 minutes warning until we all sit down, please. 10-minute warning. So if you haven't got any food yet, then go grab a sandwich, bring it to the table. 10 minutes warning. That's it. Right. Can you all please take a seat around the table, fill the gaps, and we're just going to start this moment together. Come on, you lot. And that's the volunteers included. In fact, most importantly, I'm just going to shout down this microphone for the next hour, and it's going to ruin lunch. Anywhere you like. If you sat next to someone you don't know, even better. Hello. You lot, right, sit down. Come on. I'm going to start shouting at people. Go on, sit down. Take a break. Relax. Chill. Sit down. Matt, sit down. Go on. I'm going to have to start. You're on stage in a minute. That's better. You can sit down, troublemaker. Look. Okay. Anyway, you like me? There you go. There you go. Hello, how are you doing? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's better, isn't it? How was that? Everyone's sit and chill. Okay, cool. Okay, drop the... Okay, this was why we have one big table, I think. Can we give us a wave over there? And a wave over here. Look at this. Can I just... Sorry, one second. I've got to do that from here because I've got the best vantage point. Let's do that again. That was awesome. Hold on. Okay, wave down that end. And in the middle, and down that end. And now we're having lunch. This is what it's about. Round of applause, everyone. So apparently in 5 minutes, a drone will capture us all. So please remain seated for at least 5-10 minutes. And the person, oh, there is one there now. Is that happening? This is happening now. Do you want us to wave it here, or what do you want to do with it? We're going to wave at the drone. Everyone wave at the drone. Mashek, go on. You see that? Just for a minute? I don't know. D is very demanding. By the way, we're all volunteers, but some of our volunteers take their roles really seriously. PR and comms is a serious thing, you know? You happy, D? Are you happy with that? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So... one more wave. Oh, Mashek wants another wave. All right, everyone wave to... Where do you want us to wave? Anywhere? Yeah, up there. Right, wave in. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Love it. Okay. So, whilst we eat, I want to invite, before we get started, we've got a couple of stories to share. So, you heard this morning from Matt Hyde, who's the founder of the Big Help Out, who'll join us shortly. The Big Help Out is all about celebrating volunteers. And the big lunch is a moment for us to really enjoy that and celebrate that. So what I'd like to do is invite Sam Squire, who is the Chief Exec of Inspired to Ignite, who have been working with some young people across Cambridgeshire over the last few weeks, and they've been volunteering in the community, from gardening up at Peterborough to in the hub. We had a big clean-up in the hub. They've been out litter picking. They've been involved in the community for the last, how many of you had? It's been 6 weeks it's been going on, right? So Sam's going to take to the stage, just share a couple of stories while we're sitting here relaxing, and then we'll also be welcoming Richard Shaw, our chair, back to the stage, and we've been blessed with the President or Deputy Lieutenant Daryl Brown, thank you very much, and CEO of Magpas, and who will also share a few words. And then we can just chill for a bit. Sam Squire, Inspired to Ignite, round of applause, please. We're going round. Keep clapping, keep clapping.
Thank you very much. Can I also invite Malachi Jones, Andrew Driscoll, and Samantha Ward as well to join me to the stage. I know it's a bit of a logistical nightmare with events like this because there's about 1,000 different conversations going on. But even if I can get 2 of those people, that would be amazing. Good afternoon, everyone. It's amazing to see you all today. It's so cool, this site. And my name's Sam. I run Inspired to Ignite. We're on a mission to get NEET rates in the east of England to 3%. Why NEET? We're in a society where we define young people about what they're not in. So it says not in education, employment or training. We're redefining that script to nurtured, equipped, empowered and thriving. And everyone around this table has the agency to be part of that mission by just taking one action for one young person in your community. If we all done that, we wouldn't just change this crisis, actually we'd change the state of our nation. So that's what we're trying to do. So over the last 6 weeks, we've had the pleasure of being part of the Big Help Out, which has been powered by Matt Hyde and the team at the Big Help Out, where we've been doing lots of different community volunteering projects. And then we're going to hear from those that have benefited from that and also hear from their stories. And then we'll hear from Samantha about the power of volunteering as well through the platform that they're providing local community groups to as well. So I know it's daunting up here sometimes speaking in front of lots of people, so please give a warm round of applause for the young people and Samantha that have been part of this project as well. Cool, so I'll give you that one.
Okay, cool.
Can we get this one? 1, 2, 1, 2, perfect. So joining me, feel free to take a seat, Andrew. And Andrew does the best worm I've ever seen as well, by the way, so we can maybe get that on the stage as well. So just to kick-start this conversation, I'll start with you first, Malachi, to hear about your journey. So how did you find out about Inspired to Ignite in the first place, and kind of what kind of kick-started your volunteering journey?
So I discovered Inspired to Ignite through a combination of my time at the Citizens Hub and through a invitation through the Job Centre to go to the first thing I was part of, which was a trip to M Group, where we learned about the construction on their side of things involving highways, air travel, all that sort of thing, and all the different parts of the sectors and jobs available in the construction sector. It was also around that time where previously I'd done some work experience, and while I didn't really enjoy the work experience that I did at the time, it kind of reignited in me the satisfaction that comes from doing any kind of work in general. And after that, I finished that work experience, I happened to stumble across a place where I could volunteer at the Commemoration Hall in Huntingdon while doing that work experience. So after getting into that, I sent off an application to volunteer there, and then that became a pretty large part of my life for the next 7 months, leading up until eventually I got a job.
Round of applause for that, by the way. So that was going to be my next question of I guess one thing you've gained from that is employment, but what else have you gained through that volunteering, and also maybe for the last 6 weeks of doing some Big Help Out activities as well? What other things have you gained through that volunteering experience? Because you are probably one of the most dedicated people I've ever met to your self-development, to the point where you're biking 11 miles just to get to the Citizen Hub because the transport infrastructure is unreliable to this region. So big ups to you. So what else have you kind of gained from this experience?
Well, that's very flattering what you just said, but it's only 7 miles.
Oh, how bad? I might have to take a detour, my bad.
But yeah, well, my skills when it comes to the combination tool is, before this, I didn't really have many skills. I didn't even properly finish my GCSEs. So when I was looking for a job, I basically had nothing to offer on paper. But as I started working there, it showed. One, it gave me references, and it gave me training in the workplace, doing things. I learned how to make coffee from scratch, all the different types of coffee. I've been working on the bar a little bit, and have obviously spent time setting up, taking down, doing all the things that you would need to do event support. And I've gone from being someone who has basically no skills and nothing to offer, at least on paper, to being someone who can show that they have a lot to offer and has proven that they have a lot to offer to those around them and to potential employers.
It's incredible. I remember speaking to you on the phone about 10 months ago, and I said, well, what skills do you have? You're like, I'm great at drawing. And I imagine now, if you create a list, it'd just be a massive scroll of everything you've done. So your development and your journey has been absolutely incredible. So what are you excited about in the next phase of your journey now? You're actively volunteering, you're in employment now. What's next?
Well, I recently was accepted to be one of the few people in this area to be welcomed into the Good Gym Future Leaders program. So I'll be going to London on the 19th of June to begin my process in doing that, and that will be my next few months of doing whatever I'm going to be doing with them, which is really exciting.
Awesome. Let's give Malachi a massive round of applause. Next up, we have Andrew, who we met just before the new year, just after New Year?
Just after the new year, yeah.
Yeah? So I know we first met through the CPCA Youth Trailblazer initiative, through one of our hospitality work experiences.
Yeah.
And you've been on an incredible journey over the last few months as well, where you've got involved in the Big Help Out and some other initiatives. So what was your first volunteering experience? How was that for you? Because I know it was quite a cool day. And how have you found the activities in the last few weeks with the Big Help Out?
It's been great. I think my first experience was in Nottingham, wasn't it? Rock Corps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we were helped out there. We were doing a bit of gardening outside, clearing up the place, making it look great. And then afterwards, we got to see Tiny Temple live. So that was great, actually.
Andrew actually changed the whole energy of the whole venue. Started doing this time out symbol. I was like, what's going on? And the whole venue just started doing this Tiny Temple time out symbol, which is awesome. So it completely transformed the energy of the venue. So in the last 6 weeks then, what have you got involved in? And what's kind of been one thing that you've kind of gained most from those experiences?
Off the top of my head, what have I done? I can't even remember now. I've done a couple, gardening. I've done gardening this week at this Hope Farms. That was quite good. At the Hub, clearing out, prepping for the music event of last month, I think that was. And
So through those experiences, I know that Grace from the Citizen Hub and C58 team will appreciate you, because if you hadn't have done that, nearly 200 people wouldn't have been able to come through the doors in the weekend that weekend. And I know he picked up DJing incredibly quickly, so now the next mission is superstar DJ for the next event.
Maybe.
So what's the next step for you then? Because I know even Ollie was telling me from the Hope Farm trip there might be some opportunities through that. So what are you excited about moving forwards?
I'm not sure. I'm just looking to build experiences and different things, and hopefully that leads somewhere. Like I said, with the work experience on Hope Farms, there was an opportunity possibly for a work placement, which includes driving, but that would be good. But that's kind of why I got into volunteering, because you meet new people, networking, everything, and it could always lead to a job, which is good.
Awesome. So it's not just the experience itself, the skills that you learn from that, but it's also those informal networks and the byproducts of those conversations as well. So big ups, Andrew. Give him a massive round of applause, guys. If you can just give the mic to Ollie. All right. And so, Ollie, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself, your role at Inspire to Ignite, and what has the last 6 weeks look like for you? Because you've gone all in on volunteering and getting amongst it.
Yeah. So, hello. My name is Ollie. Nice to meet you. I'm the youth progression guy for Inspire to Ignite, which basically means that I'm the engager, the main point of communication, and the person that is helping obsess and understand goals and how to really get there. And goals could be anything from trying to, change the bedtime routine than to actually, get a job in a specific industry. So last 6 weeks has been the big help out. And I mean, I started volunteering for Inspire to Ignite before I actually got my job. I spent about a month volunteering with them before then proceeding into internships and stuff. What I've noticed from the last 6 weeks of speaking to young people and trying to encourage them to get involved with volunteering is that they are open to it. They're massively open to the experience. The way that they come together, make friends, socialise and pick up skills has been quite incredible. And I think they all completely see the benefit of spending time and giving time back into community projects. The way that it's brought people out of their shells into a community that they feel comfortable to spend time with has been absolutely mind-blowing. Like people that you wouldn't necessarily think, or people that wouldn't necessarily be totally confident to come into groups, have been welcomed in such an amazing way. And I think we've now got the situation that we have eye-to-eye reps or peer mentors, two basically sitting here. I can't really put into words as well as these two young men of the benefits of experience and the stories that they've got. Basically tell the story better than what I ever could do. But they're all incredible and they really do want to give back, and given the opportunity, they will. But providing that has been the key, and that access has been amazing to be a part of.
And Ollie goes above and beyond for every single young person. So I just want to give Ollie a big round of applause for your dedication to these young people. So I think as we've kind of heard from the different journeys, if we look at that spectrum of young people that aren't in education, employment or training, actually you've got some young people that are, might be, again, society labels them hard to reach. Actually, they're just, society and systems have let them down. So how can we then help those people to become untapped, and actually we find out who they are, we find out what their values are, what their interests are, and that's where Inspire to Ignite comes in. But also, how can we bring those that are untapped to then become unstoppable, and that's where we want to create conscious leaders like Malachi and Andrew that are not only going to activate themselves into employment, education or training, but then give back to the community and create that circular wheel of change. So last but not least, Samantha, thank you for joining us. Obviously, you're co-CEO of the Royal Voluntary Service. Deputy. Oh. Not, I can't imagine how you feel.
I don't want to upset the boss. I'm not co, I'm deputy.
So I know you've been there for 25 years, which is incredible, which is an incredible achievement in itself. Obviously, speak to us about your involvement with the GoVo platform, the infrastructure you're providing for people to volunteer, and actually where you see that moving forwards in the next phase of that, because that's a new platform where it makes volunteering more accessible to access.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Sam. So, well, first and foremost, it'd be really remiss not to say Happy Volunteers Week to everyone that's here, and anyone who's involved in volunteering or supporting people to do so, you ought to give yourself a huge round of applause, because this is just fantastic what you're just showcasing today, if nothing else. So,
yeah. Big volunteer, come on, big clap.
And the Big Help Out, RVS has been involved in the Big Help Out since it began, and it just seems to grow from strength to strength. I think it's one of those moments in the year, obviously tagged onto Volunteers Week, but it's a spark of joy when we hear such miserable stuff a lot of the times. So it's that that spotlight on just what our communities are capable and what they can do. I think every time I speak to young people that are involved in their communities or volunteering, and just listening to some of the people that are sharing the stage with me now, I just go away and think, what the heck am I doing with my time? I need to do more. I need to find something else to do, because they're always so inspiring of what they're doing and what they're trying to achieve for themselves and for others. The big help out is huge for those that are involved. I think the last year it was 6.5 million people got involved in volunteering just in the weekend of the big help out. And I think we've all just taken part in a big chunk of it, but the big lunch, I think it's 10.5 million people participated in the big lunch last year. So it's fantastic to see a huge table with everyone involved. For this year, the big help out, GOVO, as Sam mentioned, is Royal Voluntary Service, is volunteering platform that is partnered with the big help out this year. And it's a way to get people involved in any way possible. It's all about volunteering for all. It's about having a go, even if you've got 30 minutes or you've got 3 hours. It's finding that cause that makes your heart sing and you go away feeling so much better for doing it and getting engaged. And so it's a little bit of a try before you buy for those of you who are thinking of doing something different, or you're starting your volunteering journey. You just download the app on your phone and you go into it and type in your postcode. Now, of course, I did type in the Squares postcode earlier, and there was almost 650 volunteering opportunities within a 5-mile radius on that app. So, and there was everything from, if I can remember correctly, there's everything from helping out at your local Scouts group to the Oxfam charity shop to tree planting and everything else in between. So, for those of you that, or people that find it hard to engage in volunteering because they can't get out and about easily, there's also remote opportunities on there, like something as easy for RSPB as counting the birds as part of their survey in your garden, what can you see out your window, or calling someone for 20 minutes a week and just brightening their day. So it's a huge opportunity for anyone and everyone to get involved in their communities. We've tried to make it as easy as possible. We only launched in October, and we're constantly improving and listening. We have 1,800 charities and community groups that are registered, hence the volume of opportunities on there, and that continues to grow. So we're very proud of it, but it is completely free for charities and community groups to use. So we're doing it. It's not Royal Voluntary Service opportunities. We're just the very proud custodians on behalf of our communities across the UK.
Awesome. So give a big round of applause to Samantha for creating that change as well. And obviously we've got some incredible organisations in the nice kind of wheel across the square today. So please interact with them, find out about what their missions, and if you aren't on the GOVO platform, we recommend you to get in touch with Samantha whilst you're here today as well. So hopefully this gives you an insight to the power of volunteering. Thank you very much to the Big Help Out, and also to GOVO for providing that infrastructure, but also most importantly for the young people and our facilitators that are dedicated to creating this change. So thank you very much everyone, and I hope you have a great afternoon. I want to welcome Richard to the stage with a special guest. Well done guys.
Well done DJ Andy.
Well done guys, smashed it.
You want? Yeah, deep breaths.
Well done, Samantha, thank you.
Actually, well done. Thank you. Thank you.
Well
done.
Okay.
Thank you. Well done. Hi. Well, a week ago, who'd have guessed? We'd have had the weather, we'd have 200 people sat, sharing a moment, and that moment may turn out to be one of the most important moments that we've had in St Neots for a very long time. So, real heartfelt thanks from me for turning up. And St Neots is a place that does turn up. Also have the pleasure of introducing Darryl Brown, MBE, Deputy Lieutenant, who's come to spend some time with us, and very grateful to you. So would you care to say a few words?
I'd love to. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to join you here today as Deputy Lieutenant and to bring the good wishes of His Majesty the King. I'd like first to congratulate St Neots and this initiative, the volunteers and partners for bringing us all together here today for what is clearly a great occasion. The simplicity of the idea is a striking one, as we can see. One very long table through the town, open to everybody, creating space for conversations about the future of this town and this county. Yet sometimes it's the simplest ideas that are the most powerful. Today's not really about this gigantic table, it's about the conversations and the listening that take place at it. It's about recognizing that the future of our community is strongest when it is shaped not only by plans and policies, but by the voices of the people who call this town their home. And what a moment this is for St Neots. Across the region, change is happening at a scale few of us have witnessed before. A major multi-billion pound international visitor destination just a few miles down the road from here. A new railway connection which is transforming how people, ideas and opportunities will move between Oxford and Cambridge. Ambitious plans are in place to grow the regional economy dramatically over the coming decades. These developments will bring opportunities, investment and innovation, but they of course raise some important questions. How do we ensure that local people really do benefit? How do we preserve the character of this town and the identity of St Neots in Cambridgeshire? How do we create opportunities for the young people, as we've just heard this afternoon, strengthen our communities and build a town and county that remains a wonderful place to live and a successful place for people to work? Those are not questions that can be answered by any single government agency or by business alone or by any single organisation. These are questions that require our community to come together, to listen to one another and imagine that future. That is why I think today really matters. The three questions in my mind are deceptively simple, yet within those questions lie the foundation of every successful community. Pride in this place, honesty and ambition for the future. I'm particularly pleased to see how many people have come from different backgrounds represented here today. Residents, businesses, young people, community organisations, public bodies, and of course, volunteers. Strong communities are built when different voices are heard and respected, and when people recognise that they all have a part to play in the future of this town. I would really like to acknowledge the many, many partners who have supported this event, of course, including the Combined Authority, the local council, the community organisations, businesses, educational institutions, but most importantly, today I want to recognise the volunteers whose commitment and energy to make initiatives such as this possible. Across Cambridgeshire, volunteers are the quiet force that strengthens our community every single day. And St Neots is clearly so fortunate to have so many people willing to give their time and talents for free for the benefit of this town and for others. So thank you to everybody who has contributed to make this day such a success. Thank you.
So you all had a chance to listen to Matt Hyde, who was part of the inspiration behind a lot of this that we piggybacked on. It seemed to work really well. I'm personally absolutely delighted. But now is a chance just to have a little break, having had your lunch. Those of you who don't know St Neots, just take a walk down by the river, walk into the town, support the local businesses, and chill out for a while, because it's a nice thing to do on such a lovely day. So we'll see you back when we can reconvene, and don't forget the sessions going on in the Citizens Hub as well. So thank you for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed it so far, and go take a look at St Neots. It's a wonderful place. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone's enjoyed their lunch. That was a lovely moment. I've just seen a picture of the shot, and it is it's quite something. So thank you for taking a moment to stop and chill and relax for a bit. So, cut a bit of reminders. So, the plants along your table, they are all for sale today. They're a small startup, Rosie and her mum, who set this up, and they're all to be taken today. So you can buy one and take one away today, and they're starting at like £3.50 or something. So if you don't buy them, I'm probably going to buy them all and put them in the hub. So please save me a few quid to buy them and support a local startup. It's really important to us. The other thing, and I haven't had any words coming through yet, but I'll double check in the next interval, the QR code. So on your table, there's a QR code. Please scan it. If you do not leave here and go on Facebook later and say, I didn't have I wasn't listened to or something, there is a QR code on there. If you put in there, what do you love? What do you think needs improving? And what do you wish for the future of the town? That's what that's there for. If you don't do that, then I'm going to go, if I see a comment, I'm going to go, right, well, let me just see, did you tell us? Okay, you didn't? Okay, I'm probably just going to hide that. But like seriously, like, this is your chance to have your voice heard, do it. There is a live map of what we see coming through up in the Citizen Hub. It's even there, You need to go see the map, right? Perfect, give us a wave over there. Thank you, yeah, Gail's in amongst it. With a TV there, you can go see what's coming through. I think that's all of the bits I needed to mention. Before we get into it, can I just can I see volunteers? So St Neots Initiative, big help out volunteers. Give me a wave. I see white t-shirts waving. Look around, they're still going. Some of them are here 7 a.m. So give a big round of applause to our volunteers again. This country is run on volunteers. It's beautiful. Right, okay, cool. So next panel is all about the future. Something I'm very passionate about, and we're going to be inviting Sam Squire to chair this discussion. And just remember, this is what the conversation starts, so let's make sure we continue it after. Can we welcome Sam Squire, please? Here he comes. He's getting worked, Sam, today. He's getting worked. Over to you. All right, I'll give you a 5. Morning.
Cool.
Zion, you sit there and then at the end.
Okay. Oh, look, let's more because I'm on a high seat as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch and has been connecting with lots of different people, having some great conversations. So for the next 40 minutes, we're going to be focusing on the future generation. So I think Alex alluded to this earlier. We want this to kickstart conversations around the table after this discussion. And I'm joined by some incredible people with lots of different lived experiences and also expertise within the youth space as well. So joining me today is Kate DaCosta, Zion, who I know extremely well through my work with St Neots Initiative, and Lynn Peabody as well. So to kickstart the conversation, so we're going to be talking about the future generation. We're going to be talking about, okay, what future are we handing over to the next generation? What barriers do those young people face that maybe might be overlooked in society? And actually, how are we shaping, what are the future skills of young people? What do they need in order to operate and thrive in the world that is consistently evolving? And then specifically locally, what's going to help young people stay and live in this area as well? So Kate, do you want to kick us off with an introduction to yourself, your role at Cambridge Regional College, and yeah, it'd be great to kind of learn more about your role.
Cool, thank you, Sam. Hi, everyone. It's lovely to see you here. My name's Kate DaCosta. I'm the Deputy Principal for Curriculum at the college, and I've been there for 26 years, which is definitely older than my colleague to my left, which is very embarrassing, and actually the one to the right. And previous to that, I was a student as well and frequented St Neots quite a lot as a student. So although I don't know St Neots as well as you guys do living here, I am very passionate about this town. It holds a very special place in my heart. And at Cambridge Regional College, we have 3 full double-decker minibuses of students that come from this area into the college. And it's definitely been challenging for students over the last few years, and the needs of students and the needs of the workforce has changed quite a lot in recent years. So hopefully we can get into some of that soon.
Awesome, thank you, Kate. Coming next, Zion. Do you want to kind of introduce yourself to the table, and also about the role that you hold at St Neots Initiative and the exciting project that you're part of as well, that's going to definitely shape what the future and the next generation look like as well?
Thanks, Sam. My name is Zion Ayakunu, and if you have not signed one of those, filled one of those QR code and scanned it and answered those questions, then you've probably not had your voice heard on the CPU. So I'm leading on the CPU, that's the Community Power Unit in St Neots Initiative. That is the tool, that platform that gathers our voice together in St Neots. Helps us understand the neighborhood conversation and aggregate that with the national summaries so we can know exactly what people are saying in every neighborhood. So I'm just leading on that, and yeah, I'm really excited to see how that contributes to our future in St Neots.
Awesome, thank you very much. And Zion's done an incredible job of activating nearly 15 volunteers through that project, which is incredible. And last but not least, Lynn Peabody, who's probably one of the most respected people in the youth sector. So Lynn, do you want to introduce yourself to the table, and what are you going to bring to the table in this conversation?
Well, there's a lot of pressure now, isn't there? Thanks, Sam. Hello, table. Yeah, so I'm Lynn, Chief Exec of the EY Foundation. So we were a charity that was set up by Ernst & Young, EY. So our job is to support young people from lower income backgrounds. So we support young people that are eligible for or in receipt of free school meals into employment. That could be starting their own business, or apprenticeships or other employment pathways. And we work across England and Scotland. So I'm hoping to feed in some more youth voices, not necessarily just from St Neots, but add that into the conversation today, as well as employers.
Awesome. I think your macro understanding of what's happening across the UK will be really beneficial to the conversation, as well as the localised aspects as well. Thank you very much. So, Kate, I'd love to come to you first. How many students does CRC have at the moment?
A very good question, Sam. I like the fact you're testing my knowledge on a Friday afternoon. We've got about 4,000 full-time students that attend the colleges. We've got campuses in Cambridge and in Huntingdon, and students from this area go to both of those. And about 60 young people who are 14 to 16, so for whatever reason have not got on very well at school, or the school system they just don't fit into it, so they come to us, have a brilliant time and are really successful. We're really proud of our 14 to 16 cohort. And then we've got about 600 apprentices, 600 to 800 apprentices at any one time, and they sometimes come to the college once a week to do training, and sometimes we don't see them at all. Sometimes they might be on teams, but we're really proud to support any business taking on apprentices, because that's a real pathway in now for youth employment. And we've got some introduction, in fact, hot off the press, being developed now, some new level 2 apprenticeships that are really designed. They are, in fact, only tailored for young people and only funded for young people under 25 to take things like business admin, which is brilliant. So we are definitely flying the flag for those. And then we have about 8,000 adults that study with us on a range of programs, short employability programs to get back into work, retraining programs, as I'm sure we'll talk about soon. The employment landscape has changed massively. There are jobs now that didn't exist, well, I was going to say 10 years ago. There's jobs now that didn't exist 3 years ago since the advancements in AI. So retraining is becoming really, really important. We know in the high streets, Unfortunately, we lose some things. Unfortunately, we had Santander obviously in the corner. We know we've lost that. It's been a banking institution in the town for a very long time. And I'm sure, as you can imagine, people that were employed there were employed for quite a long time. And the skills you need now to do a completely different job are quite different from those that you would need when you started your job. So we're really proud to support lots of adults in retraining, upskilling. We do short employability courses. We do loads of online courses that people can study in their own time. And of course, we do some courses at the Citizen Hub for people who need to study in their own time, but also need to not go very far to do them. So my maths isn't good enough, unfortunately, on a Friday afternoon to tell you how many people that is altogether, but thousands of students.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. So I'm curious, and also with your experience within education, and I imagine you've done all sorts of different teaching roles across that period of time, what trends have you seen in your experience so far where you can start seeing what that future generation, what does their mindsets look like at the moment? What barriers are they facing? And what things are you and your team having to do on the ground to support with that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Sam. The landscape and the young people have changed a lot. I'm not blaming everything on social media. I'm not getting on a high horse about that because that'd take too long. But the invention of social media and actually just more media in general means young people are more aware now than ever of what's going on in the world. And that has certain pressures and anxieties that they take with them. We still see students that had a really rough time during COVID, and there is a long tail to that kind of COVID period that we're still dealing with. We know that our school systems are under huge amounts of pressure in terms of how they're measured, and that puts pressure on young people. We know that even though we say to young people, you do your best, whatever you do in your exams, that's absolutely fine. The amount of pressure they put on themselves, again, sometimes that is fueled through what they see either online or on the TV. The amount of pressure they put on themselves can be quite unhealthy and quite a challenge for them to come back. So I think the amount of pressure is certainly something that's changed in young people over the years. I feel there's less, I don't want to say carefreeness, because there's definitely still a lot of that, but I think there is more pressure from all angles on young people than there has been previously. And that means we need to support them more and we need to do more. And that's why events like this are great, because it shows that the community are there for young people, because we will do all we can at college level, but if each independent person, or institution works in a silo from each other, that's not going to help that young person. They need us to be working with the community in order to support them, with the businesses in order to support them, so they can see a future. I think the other thing that's changed is people can't necessarily see that long term. I've obviously I'm a dinosaur because I've been at college for so long, and I thought I would always stay as a teacher. I didn't know I'd be here. But I think I always imagined that I would stay. When I was teaching, I imagined that I would stay as a teacher. And I think that's changed because people don't have a career for life necessarily, because the jobs are changing so frequently. They have a job, and that job might not look the same in a very short space of time. So the skills that students are going to need now are things like adaptability and the ability to learn continuously through their lifespan, because what they're doing is likely to change. You're more likely to have 6, 7, 8 jobs now through your lifetime than traditionally when you would perhaps do an apprenticeship in a certain job and then that would be your job for life. That's very different. And again, that's where we need the help of the community and particularly employers to be able to keep those skills up to date, because we can only teach us what's good as going on in the employment for that young person to be useful and be a good employee when they go in there. So that's why I say it's that community sense that is actually becoming more and more important in terms of supporting young people to be successful.
Yeah. That's really insightful reflections. I think with obviously the partnership with Inspire to Ignite and Cambridge Regional College, I think it epitomises, actually, to my point earlier, we all need to get around the table to make this our problem in order to support these young people. It can't just be reliant on education to set them up for work, and it also can't be reliant just for community in order to support with that education as well. It needs to be a whole person-centred approach. I think, taking what you said about pressure, I'm really curious, Lynn, obviously the demographics of young people that you work with and the incredible work you do at EY Foundation is around specifically targeting young people and supporting them that are accessing free school meals. Obviously, what Kate just said about other pressures through social media, it could be peer pressure, household pressures. then add on top financial pressures. From your experiences working with those demographics, how does that affect their mindsets when they're accessing your opportunities? And linking to what Kate just said there about their mindsets towards employment and how long they are looking at certain careers or pathways, what does that look like as well? I'm curious.
It's a really good question. I think if anyone's picked up the newspaper over the last week, they'll have seen the recent report that Alan Milburn did on NEET, so not in education, employment or training. And the thing that I found really interesting about how the newspapers picked that up was headlines like, "Young people want jobs." And I was like, of course they do. Anyone that works with young people / has an idiom of common sense knows young people want jobs. But particularly those from low-income backgrounds, the barriers are even higher. So a lot of it comes down to confidence. It's not that young people need to be fixed, and I think we need to be clear about that. This is not a fixing issue. It is about giving young people the confidence and the self-belief that they have a worth, that they have skills that businesses would like to see. So we run paid employability skills and paid work experience programs for young people. And often, young people will come and they will stand outside of the building. So they'll come outside of the office because they're like, oh, it can't be here. And the thing that we hear a lot is, it's not for people like me. And honestly, that is the barrier that's holding them back. And once you get them through the door, once they start speaking to business people, when they start understanding that they've got all these amazing skills, that they've got these talents and businesses want them, something switches. And it can be as simple as that. But I think the sad state is, at the moment, there is a real lack of work experience within our schools. That is the thing that opens up young people's ideas to the world of possibilities. If you're from an estate, I don't know, you could be rural, you could be really urban. Basically, you see the people around you. If you're not having different employers and role models coming into your schools, to your colleges, giving you examples of work, then you only see what's right in front of your nose. And I think the thing that I find frustrating about this, but also makes me really optimistic, is none of this is rocket science. Like, it is amazing that if a young person has just three meaningful interactions with an employer, and that could be someone talking about their career for half an hour, it can be something as small as that, it can reduce their likelihood of becoming NEET substantially. So, you know, it's really about how do we link up young people with the amazing employers that are out there. And everyone's got a role to play in this. Like, this is everyone's opportunity. I'm not going to say it's a problem because the talent's there. It's everyone's got the opportunity to address this. I was speaking to my lovely local news agent the other day, telling him what I did. And he was like, oh, well, I haven't got anything that young people would want to hear. And I was like, oh my God, you're absolutely wrong. You're an entrepreneur, you run a business. It's exactly who young people need to be hearing from.
Awesome. So I think from what I hear you share there is that belief system shift is needed through exposure to new environments and experiences. And I think this is a challenge for everyone around the table today. You might not think what you do is cool, or you might not think what you do is the new trend on TikTok, but actually you've got a lot to offer to a young person. You can actually dramatically change a young person's trajectory of their life through opening the door, through having that 15 to 30 minute conversation. And actually, it is accessible for some organisations. Menel, who you saw on stage earlier, he provides more work experiences than some multinational businesses that we know. So it is possible, and I think that's a great point then as well. I think what is interesting as well is that sense of belonging. So I think the combination of belief and belonging is important. So coming on to yourself, Zion, do you mind sharing a little bit about how you found St Neots, but also how actually you found St Neots Initiative? Because I think what I'm really interested in, we're talking about the future of St Neots, the next generation. What would make a talented young person that actually may have talents, but they might not know how talented they are, build a life in somewhere like St Neots and contribute to that community or workplace? And it'd be great to hear your personal journey as well through that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So I came to St Neots in 2022, and I remember then I was in school, and I was looking for where people are, literally, because I go to school early in the morning, 7 a.m., because it's in Peterborough, right? I come home literally late at night, and that was my life. So I was like, okay, where is everybody? Are there young people at all? I checked the map. I saw that we are about 33,000 at that time in St Neots, and I was like, okay, so what's the proportion of young people to old people and so on? Although we have a small number of younger people, but I was like, 16 to 24 was about 3,000 people, and I was living in Dock Lane then. I probably saw 1, 2, 3 or so every day, and I'm like, where is everybody? So I went online. I saw St Neots Initiative. I emailed Alex, and that was in January 17th. I think I spoke to Sam the first time on a call in school.
You remember the date? Crazy.
It's ish.
I must have had a bad effect.
But that was it, and you invited me to the Citizen Hub, the business gathering that was going to happen, I think in March or so of that time, and that was it. I was seated at a corner there at that time, and I think it was James Oro who came to me. I was like, Zion, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know you. Who are you? And then from there, the conversation started. The confidence grew. So I then, in preparation for this, I asked few young people, what would make you build a life in St Neots? I asked people in their 20s, and they said, some of them said it's the community, right? I'm just gonna wait for that. But it's the community, and not community in terms of people coming together to talk. It's how easy it is to build a route in St Neots. So you can go to Cambridge or wherever, right? And see several things that are far more than what we have in St Neots. But how welcoming people are in St Neots is so spectacular. It's so different that you can build connections so easily. Now, that is one. And someone then said, obviously, the cheaper housing, it's better than those high population area. But the balance someone mentioned between nightlife and the way it's busy and also the way it's quiet is something so spectacular as well. And lastly, there is the atmosphere, the environment for people to come and really open up as they share, as they welcome people, welcome others, and also, give and have things given to you because of this connection and security you can find with community. So for me, I think that is what really bring people to see and say that I want to build a life here as a talented person.
Nice. So the importance of actually welcoming with intention, and also then how they can contribute to that community once they're involved and actually be part of projects like this, which is exactly what you're doing as well. That's awesome. And I'm curious then, so through that process you've learned incredible skills, and if you haven't already, just maybe share a couple of skills that you think you've developed through the work with volunteering with St Neots Initiative. And then I think it'd be interesting to hear them from Kate and Lynn about the skills that employers are actually looking for the next generation, but also the skills that community projects look for the next generation. So it'd be really interesting to hear from your experiences, Zion, what skills do you think you've developed since you walked through the Citizen Hub?
I'm going to make a claim here, so you take it with a pinch of salt. From now henceforth, people would need more flexibility, and I mean cross-domain, cross-discipline flexibility in their work, in their life, with the emergence of AI and technology and so on. People would need to know how to move across domain quite easily. I came from a background of medical science. I then jumped into business. How? Through the Citizen Hub. Entrepreneurship. I've never in my life thought about anything about entrepreneurship, literally. And then moved into software development for SNI data architecture. Then sort of moved into developed skills in public speaking and confidence and community, the genuine uniqueness of having a community. I would consider myself a very logical person cognitively, not very sort of tacit, sort of anecdotal. So, but I've learned from the Citizen Hub that community, talking together, speaking about things, genuinely have its own power to make changes. So for me, I think those are particular skills that are probably hidden and blanketed by the general, soft skills of talking to people, of being able to, critically think, of having your degrees and being able to calculate or whatever. Those are sort of genuine background skills that I think would be needed as we move on in life. I've also developed data skills, definitely. I've sort of worked with a lot of data and research with St Neots Initiative and the Citizen Hub to build to build a CPU. You probably have heard of the CPU, the Community Power Unit. And I've also developed sales skills. I remember Sam invited me to Justin's class on sales. Literally, it's one of the best, but sales is probably one of my worst skills initially. But then talking and having good conversations with Justin just made me develop the ability to sell something. So those are skills that are quite easy to develop because of the community we have in St Neots.
A lot of skills. Give Son a big round of applause for how many skills he's actually developed in the last 2 years. Incredible. So I think what I hear from that is, and linking back to what you said, Lynn, about there's loads of young people out there that we all have talents. Instinctively we have talents. But then, okay, what projects, what opportunities can you open up in your organisations and actually invite young people to give those a go? Because you never know where that might lead. I bet you didn't realise that you were going to actually learn incredible leadership skills as you walked into the door at Citizen Hub to activate 15 people in the community to get involved in your project. That is an incredible skill. So I think I invite the table after this conversation to think about that and have a conversation about that as well. So coming on to future skills then, Kate, I'm not going to, again, it's Friday, I'm not going to ask how many employers CRC partner with. If you want to give it a go.
Probably more than we do have students, thousands and thousands of employers.
Amazing.
At different levels throughout all of the qualifications that we do.
Okay, so there's obviously huge cross-sector and a vast amount of different skills that they would require. What would you say are skills that could cross over a range of those sectors that the next generation are going to need to have? So you spoke about adaptability earlier. What do you see as the foundational skills that can be transferred across those?
So skills are massively important, and I'm fortunate that we work in an organisation where we can develop those skills alongside qualifications, but the skills are the most important things for students getting a job. Like you mentioned, it's the confidence to go inside a building as opposed to stand outside it. I think we don't appreciate that sometimes. I mean, overwhelmingly, the skills that employers want is a confident, communicative young person, because then they can teach them what they want. They would like someone that can pick up a phone, can ask questions, has the curious nature that you so often advocate for. That's what employers want. They want a young person that they can talk to and a young person that's going to ask them questions. Largely, a lot of the stuff businesses do can be taught. That's how most people start in a business. They don't start an expert at it. That most people start needing to still learn something. And I think that's the approach that we have to take. It doesn't matter how vast, wide, big, small a qualification might be. If you've got the skills to be able to go into that business, be confident, be a Zion, get yourself in, get yourself through the door and talk to people. That's what employers want over anything else.
So curiosity, confidence, and a willingness to learn.
Absolutely, and I think those are skills we really, really want to nurture, because we live in a society at the moment where it's really easy to shy away from all of those things, and it's really easy to get yourself in a situation where you don't have to do and you don't have to practice any of those things, or they're too much of a barrier and there's no one to support you, so you don't ever do it. So I think that's, again, why we all need to work together to make sure we give young people the opportunity to practice those skills in a really safe space and have that employer engagement so that they're not frightened to go. And I know that you do lots of work experience, Inspire to Ignite, work with loads of employers in a really good way. And that's the thing, it's knowing someone on a human level. When you know someone, it's a lot less intimidating to go into a space because it's not a building you are going into anymore. You are going to meet a person that you know. And that's why employers going out, talking to people, doesn't matter what they do. And so young people know that employers are human too.
I think that's such a good point, that for those employers and also professionals around the room, is that what spaces can you go to maybe within a community setting that's going to create a stepping stone for a young person? Similar to the point I made earlier, there's some young people that might not walk through the door of a business, and actually the impacts you said earlier about COVID and how that's compounded maybe some young people's mindsets or self-belief systems has created that, and some of that's no fault of their own. That's things that have happened to them, not for them. So, and again, the Citizen Hub is a great example of social infrastructure where we try and build that stepping stone and invite employers in. Next week we're doing a community work experience, for example. That's one thing we could do. So, I think one thing I wanted to mention as well is that I think we should reframe confidence as well. Like, I think confidence is a muscle, and you've got to get up every day and you've got to exercise that. A bit like, I think if you put it into an analogy of a gym, if you went to go run half a marathon, the first run, I remember doing a couple of K, I thought I was going to pass out. But by that constant repetition of daily habit, actually, once you get in that flow, and then it suddenly becomes a lot easier. Confidence is exactly the same thing. We should wake up thinking, right, okay, what confidence muscle do I have to exercise today? And also where within my life am I exercising that? Is it in the community? Is it at work? Is it within education? So I think that's something to look at both personally, but also encourage young people that might be in your life, whether that's your children or young people that you might be working with in a commercial environment. How can we encourage them to exercise that confidence muscle as well? So, Lynn, with Future Skills, again, you're working with some incredible employers, and Kate mentioned about a lot of those skills that are transferable into their environments. From your experiences, is that of a similar, are they looking for the same skills as Kate suggested, or is there other 100%. Things that you're coming from?
100%. It is. Sometimes they're badged as soft skills. I absolutely hate that term, if I'm honest, because it really belittles them. So they're the more human-centric skills. So it is communication, it's creativity, it's your analytical skills, your problem solving, all of these kind of things that employers really, really value. And it doesn't matter whether you're working for a tech employer, whether you're working for professional services, or whether you're working for a shop down the road. These are all really transferable skills, but they are somehow not really being embedded, and the curriculum takes ages to change, right? So let's not all sit here and bemoan the curriculum. We can do these things and we can make these changes in the way that we've talked about, doing those half-an-hour conversations. Young people pick up a lot of these skills through doing amazing projects like Zion's done, through volunteering, but that shouldn't be the only route. So, and I get for employers, there's a lot of fragmentation, but Sam was on stage half an hour ago talking about GoVo. You could literally put in, how can I support young people in employability? And I bet you, out of those 650 opportunities she talked about, I bet 100 of those odd would be supporting or mentoring young people. So, we've all got a part to play.
Awesome. And can you just give me some examples with the work that you do at EY Foundation about how you're developing those skills with young people? Because I think it'd be really beneficial for people around the table to learn, and they might want to have a conversation with you afterwards as well about what that could look like and how they can actually get started with that as well.
Yeah, 100%. So we do a week of employability skills before we put young people into work experience with an employer. Because if we just picked a young person out of school or college and plonked them into an employer, the young person isn't going to get the best experience out of that, and nor is the employer. So one of the things that we do, which our young people find really, really scary, if I'm honest, is we make them do a kind of Dragon's Den business pitch to a bunch of business owners, basically, or people that work in business. And they literally have half a day. They're working with young people they've never met before, so they've got to make relationships, form relationships, they've got to work together as a team, and they literally have half a day to come up with this business idea and pitch it to this panel of judges. Some of the ideas are absolutely amazing, so there are definitely some entrepreneurs in the making, but the reason we do that is to really support them with their communication skills and how they can, do these presentations, which you have to do in whatever kind of walk of life you're in. And to your point around confidence being a muscle, genuinely some of our young people are so scared about doing this project, but they're the same young people that at the end of the program put up their hand to say, yes, I want to be the person that's presenting the graduation. Yes, I want to be the person that comes and presents to my school and tells, my peers what I've been up to. They're the first people to put up their hands, and the belief and the confidence that it gives them when they nail this is amazing. We teach them really basic things like LinkedIn, what is it? Outlook, things like this that everyone presumes that young people are all tech savvy, but actually, they might not use Zoom, they might not use Outlook, so there's really basic kind of business skills that we teach to young people as well. Some of our young people, they might be children in care, and they might be living in independent living. Sometimes it can be really basic things like, what happens if you're late? Now, some young people might be like, oh my God, I've just ruined my opportunity. They're never going to want to see me ever again because I'm late. And actually, it's just really basic things about telling them, all you've got to do is pick up the phone. Everyone can be late, but if you haven't got that support system around you, I think people really underestimate how hard that is. We pay our young people on our programs, and we work with a lot of care experienced young people. And I don't know about anyone else here, but when I got my first job, I had to talk to my mum, be like, what's my national insurance number? What's this? What's that? If you don't have that support system, you need a lot of hand-holding to kind of get to that point. So these are some of the things that we do to support young people. But honestly, it's about communication, just talking, being authentic with young people, really basic things.
That's amazing. I think for anyone around the table, I think it would be really beneficial to speak to Kate about how you can partner with the college, about actually how can you let them know about the skills that you need, and how can they start continuing to refine and shape their programming around to support them with those skills, but also to learn from Lynn about the incredible work you're doing. I'm super inspired by that as well. So for the last part of the panel, I always like a surprise. So today is all about, obviously, community involvement, shaping the future of the town. If you, so I want you to think about, go back to your 16-year-old self. For Zion, it's probably not too long ago. If you were 16 again, how would you design the town that you live in from scratch? What would you keep from your childhood, and what would you change, knowing your experiences now? It's a bit of a big one.
That is a very good question. I'm going to answer with a story. So I was coming, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I was actually coming from Eynesbury down that road there. And I was coming down, and Adrian is somewhere there around the table. He saw me, I was like, Zion, and then dragged me. I was literally going and he dragged me into the pub there. I met, Alex was there. I met a new friend there, Luke, and there was chicken there. There was a pint there, and it was very good. I wasn't drunk, but it was very good. So that was the nightlife that I needed at that time. Also, I think a few days later, I was also in Eynesbury, and I was just going out. That was around 10 o'clock in the night. And I met a friend, no dog, no phone, nothing. He was just walking slowly under the sort of quiet solace. And I was like, hey, what are you doing? What is going on with you? He said, that's the way he relaxes every time after work, after the busy day staring at computers. And I was like, yeah, that is exactly how I spent my first years of adulthood. There was an overwhelming sort of atmosphere then, but I needed to rest in a very quiet place, without my phone, without anybody, literally. So that balance between a good, busy nightlife and also a quiet, soulless town, I think it's something that I would preserve in St Neots. But also, one thing I would literally change is, I think it sort of overlaps with what Kate and Lynn has just mentioned, is spaces for critical thinking. I think we lack that in St Neots. So we've gone to school, we've gotten back from school, but there is no space for you to find some specialized critical thinking. Look at Toastmaster for public speaking. Look at, so sometimes if you want to become a bioscientist or bioinformatician, you don't necessarily need that expensive laboratory to have an environment that makes you think like a biologist or a bioscience researcher. There is literally nothing like that really in St Neots. Personally, I think that's something I would have. Specialized spaces for critical thinking, where people who want to become some things in the future enter there and feel like they belong there, because everything in that environment, the aura, feels like that exact goal. So we've got a lot of empty, shops and spaces in St Neots that we can perhaps convert into that. I think the Citizen Hub is one, but it's not all. We need more of that. Specialized spaces. Those are the two things.
So critical thinking spaces that provide the balance of high energy but low energy.
Yeah.
I love it. Who wants to go next? So if you were going to transform back to 16-year-old self, how would you design the town you grew up in? What would you change and what would you keep the same?
I didn't grow up in St Neots. I grew up in the middle of the country, in the Midlands. But what I did have in my school was I had some awesome work experience for 2 weeks. I did it with a radio station in Birmingham, and I wanted to get into the creative kind of cultural sector, and I got that. So actually, I'd say, let's bring back quality work experience. I think the other thing I had, and it wouldn't be a change, where I grew up, as I say, it was rural, but it had a really good social fabric of brilliant volunteers. My mum started one of the first Girl Scout groups, and I loved it. And I got to meet loads of awesome people, do loads of different experiences, learn lots of resilience. So it's not necessarily a change, it's like a holding on. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's holding on to what we know works. If I'm honest, I'd like to see more of those two things.
Love that. So the exposure to new experiences and high quality work experience, and holding on to the heritage of like volunteering and the power that can bring, and to get that link to that sense of belonging that comes from that as well. Last but not least, Kate. How would you design the town you grew up in?
I'm going to have a complete cop-out because I know we're short on time, and say I completely agree with these two, and we're going to try and make sure we've got some more of those critical thinking spaces just for Zion. So this is a bit of a shameless shout-out. We are hoping to start a national Saturday club soon at the Citizen Hub. Be the beginning of next term, so September, October time, completely around creative arts, crafts, getting young people the ability to express themselves. It's completely free for 13 to 16-year-olds, and that will hopefully help with a space for some younger people to come and have that critical thinking and creativity space that they perhaps don't get in a very busy school life or home life at the moment.
Amazing. So if you want to learn more about that, get in touch with Kate after this and Nabba for a conversation as well. And lastly, what I would keep the same, I think I grew up in St Neots, and what I love most is walking down the high street, and there's not one moment where you don't see someone you know. And that sense of community, that sense of belonging, that sense of storytelling about the impact that's going on in the town, that's something I would keep the same. I think what needs to change is youth infrastructure. Youth infrastructure has been decimated over the last decade through cuts nearly 71%, where nearly half of youth clubs nationally have shut. So I want to bring that back to St Neots. And I think at the moment it's really great it's integrated through social infrastructure, like the Citizen Hub, because that's where the intergenerational dialogue happens, which is amazing, and that's actually the beauty of it. We don't want to segregate young people from the community, we want to integrate. So that's what I would change. And your opportunity this evening is the big night out. So the young people that have been part of the big help out, they're celebrating at the big night out tonight. If you want to have a space, a high energy space where you can maybe not think so critically, but connect, and you want to belong, the Citizen Hub is hosting the big night out. So if you want to come and get involved, we've got local DJs, headliners coming tonight, and it's a great way to integrate with other young people from the community. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this conversation. I hope it's tested and shaped your thinking for the conversations that will happen on the table. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Well done, guys. Really enjoyed that.
And once again, can we also give a massive thank you to Sam Squire, who's been well worked today, this morning, and he was here at 11 o'clock last night setting up for tonight. So you sit 12:30, he says, 12:30. So let's hear your view on this. So talking about youth, talking about the future, talking about the infrastructure around that and every other lens. Does anyone want something to share? Brilliant, look at that, straight in. It's always a hot topic, go for it.
Hello, everyone. I think no conversation about me without me comes to mind, and I'm sure there was a good reason for it, but it's such a shame that we've talked about young people throughout today, especially this afternoon, but they're all in college or at school, and it would have been great if this could have happened. I'm sure there's a good reason on a Saturday, perhaps, because I think what we've been hearing, the support and encouragement for young people, would have been great for them to have the opportunity to come and listen to and perhaps contribute to, because it's really important that any conversation about their future and opportunities for them should involve them and include them at this level. And to be surrounded by the town like this, if they could have been here, it would have been great. I'm sure there was a reason why it was a Friday, but I just think that's just to bear in mind, because I've been watching them walk back from the upper school along there, and I couldn't help but think it would have been great if they could have taken part and listened. And also people who are at work today, maybe we've excluded a lot of people who would have liked to have come. I know some people work on Saturdays, but I think we may have excluded a lot of people who could have benefited. But it's been a fantastic day. I don't mean to be critical.
Do you have anything to contribute to the conversation that just happened there?
Yes, I do. I think in terms of infrastructure, well, I think it does contribute, because we've been talking about young people for the last hour, but we couldn't have them here. I think in terms of infrastructure and support for training opportunities, a really good public transport system that can get these young people to the venues that they need to train in and to the colleges, because I still feel that the bus system we have, it does limit opportunities for them, and that would be great to consider that in the future going forward for young people's opportunities, because most of them aren't able to drive, and they do need really good bus service to get them out to all these places. So thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. And just to give a shout out, so Malachi, Zion are young people that aren't in education, which is why they could be here on Friday. The reason it's on a Friday is because it's the big help out and it all links in through. There'll be future conversations at the weekends. There'll be hopefully the conversations every day. That's the point. But thank you for the feedback live. That was very helpful. Does anyone else want to add to the conversation on the future of youth? Malachi, you got words to say? Oh, hey, hold on. Come round here. Come on. You're always giving us your opinion in there. Perfect. Here, so you can take my microphone. Here you go. Have you got something to say?
So when I first got introduced to the Citizen Hub, it was because I lived in a hostel at the time and I wanted something to do with my day. So I got introduced to Citizen Hub through, who was it through? I think it was through Paynes Mill, where I lived at the time. I got introduced to Grace, to Sam, Ollie. They all accepted me for who I was and allowed and helped with what I needed helping with, rather than judging and go, okay, you're a young person, you can't do this, we're not here to help you. They were there to help. So I started volunteering with them. They helped me get a job with Town Council. I'm now a youth worker with Hannah. She works with Town Council. And I still do. Big up Hannah. So they help me with all the opportunities. I get involved in their volunteering. I learn experience through them. I learn most of my skills, my social skills. Standing here in front of you today, speaking, wouldn't have happened without these helping me. I wasn't a social person before meeting them, but they've helped me be able to stand here today and do what I'm doing.
I'm Georgia. I lived in the same place as Christy. That's how I know Christy. I met the Citizen Hub through Paynes as well. The reason why I started volunteering was because I wanted to give back to the community after they were helping me. I don't really know. I can't spit my words out. But I'm now a youth worker for St Neots Town Council with Hannah as well. And the Citizen Hub accepted me for who I am as well. And I'm really glad that they gave me this opportunity today. Thank you.
So I won't drag this out too long, as I had a whole section before. But
What's your view on what young people need your age in the town? What do they need?
Well, what I think people need is primarily what the Citizens Hub Inspired to Ignite provides, which is access and information regarding the opportunities that are present. Because these days, with the internet, despite seemingly having access to any number of things super easily, actually trying to dig through that information for something that interests you is just overwhelming, and there's too much of it. Whereas when someone comes to you in person and then asks, hey, would you like to try this out? All you have to say is, sure, I'll give it a try, and then say yes to experiencing those things enough times, and slowly you can change your life for the better. And honestly, all I wish is that other people in the country will be able to have access to those same opportunities, and it isn't just limited to St Neots.
Yeah, they want to say something else. They've got started now. This is brilliant. Go on. You take it.
Right, you ready?
Yeah. We just want to say thank you to Sam, Ollie, Alex, Grace, all of the Inspired to Ignite team for helping. Today, there's me, Georgia, there's Sean, Maisie. They've helped all of us to become the people we are today. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
And we'll start in rounds of thanks. If I'm going to thank, so big thanks to Paynes Mill, because Paynes Mill, so there's a beautiful building right at the back of the town there, and the relationship that we've built over the time with Paynes Mill, that's given young people like you the opportunity to be part of a day like this. I think, big up to them, because it's not easy, the work that they do, and it's not easy for you to come here and have these conversations. So one more round of applause for these young people who come and share. Thank you. Okay, can we get anyone else want to put a view on the mic around? Yes, Mr. Black Cat, Steve Greenall, go on. I'm scared to give you my mic though, go on.
It's all right, I won't have it for too long. To the point that Christine was making, it's quite good timing this, because we're acutely aware at Black Cat Radio that we can be accused of being a bunch of grey-haired men, which many of us are. Just this morning, I've had a second conversation with one of the teaching staff at Long Sands. We are going to be putting a show together over the course of the next few months, which will give youth their voice. We're going to be working with them. It will become part of their curriculum. And the idea is we're going to start in a nice little easy way and work our way through to it, because there's a phrase I got told recently, you were the future once. Most of my life's behind me now. I'd like to think I've still got some future left. But we need to be handing over a legacy to the youngsters in the town that will be hopefully running Black Cat Radio long after I'm dead and gone.
Yeah, love that. Come on. That's what we're saying. That's what we're talking about. Okay, cool. Anyone else got a word on the future? Anyone else want to capture? Yeah, go on. Yeah, you got a mic behind you.
Well, I just want to quote Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who said that the ends are pre-existent in the means. And that real justice is not just the absence of tension, but it's the presence of love.
Nice. Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay, so can I get now, so what I would like to do, so we've got a bit of a wrap-up. I'm going to get Ian up in a minute because I'm going to give kudos to our MP who opened this at 10 and he hasn't actually left, which I think says a lot about someone who would stay the whole day and engage in those conversations. So I'm going to embarrass him in a moment. What I'd like to do, though, is just some of the words that are coming through on the community. Did you text me them? Brilliant, perfect. So I just want to feedback some of the stuff that we've been hearing, both online and here. So, on the love, so some of the key, the highest performing words that are coming through at the moment. So, community spirit, which, I mean, we are in abundance of community experiences. I've had a conversation with some people that have visited today. They've come a long way to be here, and they're saying, how does St Neots do this? Can I move here? Like, there's genuine pull, and I think community spirit's heart of that, so I'm glad that's coming through. The beautiful Market Square. Isn't it awesome to see the Market Square being used in such a positive way? So big up on that, I love that. Riverside Park, I mean, one of our green spaces, there's so much opportunity, I think, to connect and signpost to the green spaces that come through. So I'm glad that's coming through. On what could be better, the key ones coming through is better transportation. We've had a lot of conversation about transportation, and I think that's universal, but I'm glad that that's coming through. Diverse shops and services, so more diversity on the high streets coming through. What can make it a great place to live? The top performing ones are more support for local businesses and improving facilities to reflect our town and history. So there's a blend of back our indies, back culture, back community, and that's kind of running through what we're hearing today. So look, please keep adding to that. It doesn't end today, right? So when you watch the news later, I can save you a moment. It's going to say, carry on engaging, host a table across town, have a conversation. Let's be part of this movement that's coming through, which is tables across town. Now, what I want to do, and I'm going to do, because it will be challenging, but can someone just come and hold a piece of paper for me? I'm going to try and read it. Come on, Grace. This is probably the worst thing you can try to do. I want to read the volunteers' names. Oh, here you go. Can you just hold them ones? I've got it. Okay, so I'm going to read the names off. And the reason why it's the worst thing to try to do is because I'm going to pronounce someone's name wrong. So please don't be offended if I pronounce your name wrong. And please don't be offended if I miss your name off. The intention is here, and I hope you can see that. So the volunteers in no order: Evelyn, Daniela, Malachi, Fiona, Rachel, Charlotte, Shirin, Cara, Pilar, Kerry, Miguel, Hannah, Crystal, Chris, Alice, Casey, Ricky, Charlotte, Ben, Melissa, Gladys, Tammy, Jenny, Rosemary, Mariana, Dee, Natasha, Donnelyn, Luke, Vicky, Nick, Callum, Abby, Charlotte, Debbie, Sam, Jackie, Richard, John, Roland, Gail, Dee, Zion, Grace, Barry, Debs, Sasha, Tanya, and to continue on to the marquees, Inspired to Ignite, Volunteer Cams, Walk and Talk St Neots, Access in St Neots, U3A, CPSL Mind, Earth and Mind, Active Lifestyles, Rotary Club, St Neots, St Mary's Rotary Club as well, St Neots Gallery, St Neots Museum, by Boston Lakes Resort, St Neots Town Council, Ideas Fest, Combined Authority Growth Hub, Royal Society of Arts, Cambridge Regional College, Black Cat Radio. I don't think I missed anyone. Combined Authority, big up to Combined Authority Growth Hub. Chris George hasn't turned up, so I can't embarrass him. If he was here, I would embarrass him right now. I wanted to read those volunteers. There's a reason we're celebrating volunteering today and this weekend. We are so crucial. I'm so personally very grateful to every single one of you. I hope to see you for a drink after this, because I think we're all going to need one. But I just wanted to take a moment just to thank you all individually, because it's so important. Now, if we can, because I think there's what are we doing now? We're doing a thing. We're getting John and, where's John and Zion and Gail? We come up on the stage. Come on. We're going to talk to you about what's next. Okay, can I have the... No, you can just hold them. That's fine. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, mate. Good luck with everything. He's got to jump on the call at number 10 for this and that. It's brilliant, amazing. Okay, so these lovely people, you got a mic, you can share a mic here. You're not sharing a mic. You don't want to. Okay, well, I'm going to. So, following the meeting we had back end of last year. There you go. You can have a mic each. Look at that. We had a meeting back end of last year with some of the people you've heard from today, including the chief exec of the district council, the mayor of combined authority, the town clerk, urban and civic. A good group of people about where we just wanted to understand where does the vision sit with regards to the future of the town and what does that look like. And there was broad consensus across the room that we would have permission, which we were asking for permission essentially, that we would like to look at developing a framework for how St Neots can own its own future and its own vision, and what does that look like. So we set up a task force called St Neots Initiative 2040. So thinking about 2040 being a big significant time in the future, and there's periods along the way there that's important to us all. And we've spent countless nights of late WhatsApp chats and massive Miro boards and meetings and a lot of kind of debate around how we do this. But I feel like we're in a really good place right now. And these are the sort of people that I talk about when I talk about volunteers behind the scenes who do that work late at night in their own time because they care. So I wanted you to see that there were faces behind this work, and it's not just it's not just something we found online or something. So do you each want to say a few words, introduce yourself, who you are, and why you're excited for St Neots Initiative 2040?
Hi everyone.
Oh, you got air there, dude.
There you go. So my name is Gail Peck, and I'm just so proud to be working alongside this amazing team. But first of all, thank you as well for those who's already responded. I'm quite competitive. I'm based in Wintringham. Currently, Ainsbury is winning. So please make sure we cover our bases. But I'm definitely going to work with our Reverend Beth there, with Loves Farm and Wintringham. So we're going to get this healthy competition going.
Eton Stoken's going to beat you, don't worry.
Eton Stoken is, coming. But Ainsbury is winning, just to let you know, guys. But I'll pass it to Zion and John, who's basically our brain on this CPU, which is our community power unit. There you go.
All right, let me tell you why this is very important. We have this fabric here. Imagine it's a dress. Each dress, or a dress would have its hem, it would have the skirt, it would have the shoulder area. Sorry, I'm not a tailor, but it would have every part, right? Seamed together. Now, if you stretch a part, it affects the whole part. And that's how our community is. If you stretch a part of a community, it affects the whole part. And if you invest in a part, it also contributes and cascades to the other parts. So if there is an issue with employment, it cascades to youth behavior, and youth behavior cascades to the chaos we find at night. And the chaos we find at night cascades and cascades and cascades. But if we're able to get the insights from every neighborhood and understand what is happening in our towns, in our neighborhoods, in our areas, and then aggregate that with national data, we can intervene more strategically with greater impact. So please let your voice be part of this community power unit.
Well done. If you follow that analogy, I'm impressed. That was good. Well done.
I was going to say, what I'm going to say next is going to be relatively pithy in comparison, so thanks. So John Eaton, an avid walk and talker. Hi, guys.
Walk and talk for men.
Smile, smile, wave. Dave. By the way, big up for Dave Jarrett down there. Happy birthday to you.
Hey, go on, boy.
So what this is about, 2040. By the way, I believe that 2040 should be 2030. We started with the 2040 vision. We're just going to accelerate. This is really important today. What you've got is a great town. You've heard a lot about it today. What I want to see is if we can get good information about what everybody wants, and that's why that QR code is really important. Before I came up here, Dee stopped me and went, "Tell them about the QR code." The QR code takes you to simple 3 questions. There's some data behind it, which we want you to fill out, And that allows us to understand, hey, what do people need in each area? Why is that important? So what we can do is we can go to the government and say, hey, well, this is what we'd like. We can work through St Neots initiative to actually say, what do we want from wintering developments, east to west rail, each of the different areas. And as part of that, what we can then do is actually get what this town deserves. So we're not going to do it all. We need your help. Please fill in that questionnaire. Our commitment to you, though, is if you want to come and have a look at it at any point, just come and talk to us. There's a version of this live, so we know exactly how many responses. What Alex was talking about was actually live data straight from your inputs. So if you can give us that information, we can go do something meaningful with it, and that's what the roundtable earlier this year committed to. So thank you.
Thank you for your time, your energy, guys. Thank you very much. Give these guys a massive round of applause, and much appreciated. That team is going to grow. Okay, so just to give you examples, so I had a few questions today about, okay, well, so what? So what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? I hear that all the time, right? We want it now. Who's in charge? All of those questions come through. I'm going to give you two examples of where this is manifested in actual infrastructure. And you've heard about one of them quite a lot because there's been a big program of it going on in the Citizen Hub. 2 years ago, we didn't have a job centre in St Neots. We didn't have one. We missed it for a long time, which meant people have to travel to a different town to engage in the benefit system or get access, getting that support. So we didn't have that here. We heard that. We tried to get one. It wasn't going to work out. We now have the Citizen Hub, and we have job centre work coaches based in the Citizen Hub. We're no longer required. That did not require a long policy conversation. It required a few citizens coming together to say, no, I think we can do something about this. It then required, once we did that, back in from the likes of Cambridge Regional College, Jason, I see you waving over there, who volunteers in there even when he's not supposed to be there, which is awesome. It required someone like Ian Solomon to listen and say, right, what do you need? Well, we need a job centre work coach in here. A week later, we called down to Parliament to convene that, to make that happen. That's the power of something like the St Neots initiative, where we decide we need to do something, we can act. And a more recent version of this is the banking situation. 5 months ago, there was a signal at one of our citizen gatherings. So, by the way, if you do ever want to come, second Wednesday night and third Wednesday night, 6 to 8, in the Citizen Hub, these conversations happen all the time. We've had just under 1,500 attendees at those gatherings, and they're totally free to attend, and they're totally inclusive in the sense of whoever's there can have a conversation. We heard that the challenge with the banking, not just access to banking services, but access to the support that comes around that. And we heard that that was a challenge. We put a survey out into the community through those community leaders that we've met, some of them today, and we got 660 responses back in 4 weeks. 2 months later, we're having a conversation about where we can look to acquire a building on the high street and do something about that. So yes, absolutely, like Ian and Michelle from the District Council and our councillors and East West Rail and Universal Studios, anyone who's listening, brilliant. But don't underestimate the power of what community can achieve when they come together to do something for themselves. Don't underestimate that. And for me, that's what St Neots Initiative stands for. It stands for saying we can do what we want if we want. We might need some money, we might need some backing, we might need some support, but just don't underestimate the power of community is all I would say. Now, a couple more things to finish on. So the plants, I still see plants. So you haven't bought a plant before you left. Take a plant, buy it, or ideally pay for it. Don't just like steal it. Yeah, please pay for it. Yeah, yeah, please pay. Always, we got to buy a lot of plants, do you know that, right? We got to do a lot of this. I thank the volunteers. What would be lovely, Ian, Mr. Solomon, since you've hung around all day, have you got a couple of words you want to say before we close off? I mean, you can't just stay there and not get called upon, right? He's already asked how he manages well-being. It'd be great to get your view on what you've heard. You've been in and around the place. Do you want a couple of minutes just to talk about that while I find Richard and find out what happens next? Thank you.
Well, Richard was just over there, I think, where there he is. No, I mean, thank you to everyone that's made this day such an amazing success. I mean, I've enjoyed it immensely. I haven't stayed here for appearances. I've stayed here because I've had some amazing insights and conversations, and hearing from residents of St Neots, hearing from people who work nationally, full of praise for the community and the town and the people that we have here. And it is just so special. And when you do something new like this for the first time, I know that you're never quite sure how it's going to work out. So, a huge thank you to everyone involved, Richard, Alex, all the volunteers, all our young volunteers. You've been amazing. You've certainly shepherded me around. So a big round of applause for all the volunteers, please. And I mean, it sounds a bit of a cop-out. I hope you won't think it's a cop-out, but I've had so many conversations today where just so many good ideas have come forward, whether it's been about well-being, whether it's been about young people, whether it's been about community, about how different parts of the community work together. It is just overwhelming what good ideas come out of an event like this, and I'm so pleased that there has been some formal structure to actually gather all that, so I haven't got to keep it all in my head. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all the outputs of this, and I hope that will be shared with everyone that across the town, and we can really start to pull that together into a vision for the future of St Neots for the long term, because we have so much going for us, and we just need to realise that. So I will still be listening. You can always grab me. You can always contact me through email. I'm easy to find online. Please keep talking to me, keep talking to each other, and let's make this town the best that it can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. Thank you. Okay, brilliant. So all I've got left to say is this is a moment. Now we move into a movement. Tables Across Town is that movement. There's a link to it which will go out off the back of this. If you register for Eventbrite, you'll get that on email, but hey, turn the news on, turn the social media on. I do hope we'll be talking about this for a long time. Your opportunity, whether it be on your high street, whether it be, in your cul-de-sac in Eaton Ford, or on the square of Wintringham, or in a sports field, wherever, we are inviting you to join Tables Across Town, where you can host a table. I mean, you don't have to go this big. It is excessive. I know, I do realise that. It could just be 4 of you. It's fine too. Join Tables Across Town. This time next year, we will be back in some format, I hope, if we're allowed, and we will be presenting what we hear. We've got 100 volunteers that are listeners, and if you want to be a listener, you're very welcome to join us, that will be walking up and down those streets across the town, from Little Paxton to Wainsbury to Eaton Ford, knocking on doors, speaking to people, getting these 3 questions answered. And our big aim, our big ambition, and this is what I would hope you get behind, we want 20,000 responses to this 365 days from now. That gives us real insight. That gives us something that's really concrete that we can really plug into. So we hope you'll back that. And then my last, very last thing, can I just check, because I'd hate to miss something. I've thanked the volunteers. I've thanked the showcase. We thanked our amazing volunteers over and over again, which is amazing. We'll continue to do so. All of our marquees, everything's brilliant. Fine. So in which case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to invite everyone, especially the marquees, and everyone sat around here, come up here. Let's get a photo together, all down here. That will be lovely. And then we encourage you to go. You're well up for it. You are so up. Look at that. You're even branded. Come on. If you have a wristband, i.e. you're one of the young volunteers that's been volunteering with Inspired to Ignite, then they've got their house music event that's going to kick off at 6 until midnight. That's going to go. You can try and get in there if you want, but I'm encouraging people to just hang out in town. Use the hospitality we have. I'll probably be in Madison's for a pint in about an hour's time, so anyone wants to hang out, I'll be in there for a little while. All I'm going to ask now is everyone come to the front, come over here, let's get a picture together, and then let's go and chill and enjoy our town. Bless you, thank you very much.
Thanks.